Welcome to Ancient Wisdom, a sanctuary where timeless wisdom guides you into deep, restful sleep. Let the wisdom of the ages quiet your mind, ease your worries, and carry you gently into the night. If you're here to relax, reflect, and drift into peaceful slumber, you're exactly where you need to be. Before you get too cozy, take a moment to like this video and subscribe to the channel. It really helps me bring more soothing content your way. Also, I'd love to know, where are you tuning in from, and what time is it for you right now? Share in the comments below. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and let the wisdom of the ages guide you into deep, restful sleep.
Unlock the 15 secret to unshakable self-discipline. Imagine waking up with an unwavering sense of purpose, unshaken by setbacks and chaos, relentlessly focused on what truly matters. This was the reality for Marcus Aurelius, a Roman emperor and Stoic philosopher. His timeless wisdom on self-discipline is startlingly relevant today. In a world full of distractions and instant gratifications, Stoic principles offer practical tools to turn adversity into advantage and emotional turmoil into tranquility. Whether you're seeking inner peace or greater productivity, the teachings of Marcus Aurelius provide profound insights. Join us as we explore 15 powerful Stoic principles that can transform how you handle life's challenges and cultivate a disciplined, purposeful life. Stay tuned to uncover the secrets to thriving in any circumstance with the timeless wisdom of Stoicism. Number 1. Control your emotions. In the bustling chaos of our modern world, maintaining control over our emotions is a cornerstone of Stoic wisdom. Marcus Aurelius, the revered Roman emperor, taught that emotions, when unchecked, can cloud our judgment and lead us astray. To achieve self-discipline, we must learn to respond to life's challenges with a calm and rational mindset. This is not about suppressing emotions, but mastering them. When we control our emotions, we take the driver's seat of our lives. We become less reactive and more proactive, making decisions grounded in reason rather than fleeting feelings. This emotional control is a shield against the storms of life, allowing us to navigate through adversities with grace and resilience. Consider the strength required to remain composed when provoked or to stay hopeful amidst despair. This inner fortitude is the essence of Stoicism. By practicing mindfulness and detachment, we train ourselves to observe our emotions without being overwhelmed by them. This practice cultivates an inner peace that is unshakable, regardless of external circumstances. By harnessing the power of emotional control, we align ourselves with the Stoic ideal of equanimity. In doing so, we pave the way for a disciplined life, rich in purpose and inner strength. Number 2, practice voluntary hardship. Voluntary hardship is a profound Stoic practice that fortifies the mind against life's unpredictabilities. Marcus Aurelius, like many Stoics, believed that experiencing discomfort by choice strengthens our resilience. By deliberately embracing minor hardships, we prepare ourselves for the inevitable challenges life will throw our way. This practice is not about self-punishment, but about perspective. When we choose to endure discomfort, such as forgoing certain luxuries or enduring physical challenges, we build mental toughness. We learn to appreciate our comforts more deeply and become less reliant on them. In a world obsessed with comfort, voluntary hardship teaches us to value resilience over convenience. It's a training ground for the mind, enabling us to remain composed in the face of adversity. By stepping out of our comfort zones regularly, we expand our capacity for endurance and foster a deeper appreciation for what we have. Embracing voluntary hardship cultivates gratitude and empathy, connecting us to the reality of those who live with involuntary hardships daily. It's a reminder of our shared human condition and a powerful way to build a disciplined, resilient character. Number 3, count on yourself. Self-reliance is a fundamental tenet of Stoicism. Marcus Aurelius emphasized the importance of personal accountability and independence, teaching us that the ultimate responsibility for our actions and growth lies within us. Counting on yourself means trusting your abilities and judgments, fostering inner strength and confidence. In today's interconnected world, it's easy to seek validation and direction from external sources. However, Stoicism encourages us to filter out this noise and listen to our inner voice. By doing so, we develop autonomy in our decision-making processes, aligning our choices with our core values rather than external pressures. This principle is about embracing our agency and recognizing our capacity to navigate life's challenges independently. It's not about isolation, but about a profound understanding that our happiness and success are primarily our own responsibility. By counting on yourself, you build resilience and self-discipline. You become more grounded and less swayed by external opinions and events. This self-reliance is liberating, empowering you to face life's uncertainties with a calm and composed mind. Number 4, develop a morning and evening routine. Establishing structured routines at the beginning and end of your day can significantly enhance self-discipline. Marcus Aurelius understood the power of routines in fostering a focused and purposeful life. A morning routine sets the tone for your day, while an evening routine helps you reflect and reset. Incorporate practices such as meditation, journaling, or setting intentions in the morning. These activities ground you, providing clarity and focus for the day ahead. An evening routine might include reflection, gratitude exercises, or planning for the next day. This time allows you to review your actions, celebrate your successes, and learn from your missteps. Routines anchor your day in purpose and intention, making it easier to stay disciplined and aligned with your goals. They provide a framework that supports consistent effort, essential for personal growth and resilience. By dedicating time to these routines, you create a rhythm that nurtures your mind and spirit. This practice helps you start and end each day with a sense of accomplishment and readiness to face whatever comes your way. Number 5, never play the victim. Stoicism teaches us to take full responsibility for our reactions to external events. Marcus Aurelius believed that our happiness and peace of mind depend more on our internal state than external circumstances. Refusing to play the victim means shifting focus from what happens to us to how we respond. This principle is empowering. It frees us from the constraints of a victim mentality where we see ourselves as passive recipients of life's hardships. Instead, we become active participants, seizing control over our perceptions and reactions. This shift in mindset is crucial for personal growth and resilience. Practicing this principle involves observing our habitual responses to challenges. Do we blame others or external factors? Do we complain rather than address the situation? By changing these patterns, we reclaim our power and redirect our energies more constructively. Never playing the victim transforms potential feelings of helplessness into moments of choice. It's about seeing every obstacle as an opportunity to practice virtue and strengthen character. This proactive approach aligns with the Stoic ideal of emotional independence, enabling us to live in alignment with our deepest principles. Number 6, ignore naysayers. In a world where opinions are plentiful, maintaining focus and resilience in the face of criticism is vital. Marcus Aurelius taught that the approval or disapproval of others is beyond our control and should not dictate our actions. Ignoring naysayers is about cultivating mental resilience and staying true to our convictions. Stoic indifference is not about dismissing others, but about maintaining an internal locus of control. It encourages us to filter out noise that does not serve our higher purposes or align with our values. This practice helps us remain steadfast in our goals, undeterred by baseless criticism. In practical terms, this means evaluating the source and intent of criticism. Is it informed and well-meaning? Does it align with your core values? Constructive feedback is valuable, but baseless negativity should not deter you from your path. Ignoring naysayers enhances emotional resilience and focus, making you less reactive to negative opinions. It's about investing your emotional energy where it truly matters, staying true to yourself and your vision. Number 7, honestly review your day. A key Stoic practice is the honest review of one's day. Marcus Aurelius used this technique to ensure he was growing both as a ruler and a philosopher. This reflective process involves examining your thoughts, actions, and responses to see if they align with your values and Stoic virtues. The purpose of this daily review is not self-criticism, but self-improvement. By observing your behaviors, you can learn and adjust, continuously refining yourself. This practice fosters self-awareness and guides you in living a more deliberate and intentional life. Incorporate this habit by setting aside time each evening to reflect. Ask yourself, how did I respond to challenges today? Did I act according to my principles? What could I have done better? These questions help you recognize your strengths and identify areas for improvement. This daily reflection brings a sense of peace and completion, addressing lingering thoughts or stresses directly rather than carrying them into the next day. It builds resilience and wisdom, transforming how you view your days and live your life. Number 8, show up every day. Persistence and consistency are hallmarks of a disciplined life. Marcus Aurelius emphasized the importance of showing up every day, both in body and spirit. This principle is about the quiet, steady dedication to daily tasks, which collectively forge a disciplined life. Showing up every day doesn't require monumental efforts, but a commitment to small, consistent actions. It's in these everyday efforts where character is built and tested. In a world full of distractions, the idea of showing up gains even more significance. This practice aligns with the Stoic idea of living in accordance with nature, actively participating in life and contributing through our actions. Each day presents an opportunity to prove our commitment to our principles and duties. To cultivate this discipline, start small. Decide what showing up means for you, whether it's writing a paragraph, doing a short workout, or spending uninterrupted time with a loved one. It's the act of showing up each day that reinforces willpower and resilience. Number 9, seek continuous learning. For Marcus Aurelius, continuous learning was essential for personal growth. Stoicism values the pursuit of wisdom not as mere theoretical knowledge, but as a practical guide to living well. By dedicating yourself to lifelong learning, you enhance your discipline and resilience. Continuous learning involves reading, reflecting, and learning from experiences. It's about seeking knowledge that enriches your understanding and helps you navigate life's complexities. This dedication to growth strengthens your character and judgment. In today's fast-paced world, maintaining a mindset of continuous learning keeps you adaptable and open-minded. It fosters a curiosity that drives personal and professional development. Embrace opportunities to learn from diverse sources and experiences. By seeking wisdom and applying it to your life, you embody the Stoic principle of self-improvement. This practice enriches your life, providing you with tools to handle challenges and make informed decisions. Number 10, embrace impermanence. Understanding the transient nature of all things is a core Stoic belief. Marcus Aurelius taught that everything is impermanent, and this awareness can help us stay grounded. Embracing impermanence encourages us to appreciate the present and avoid attachment to material possessions or outcomes. This principle fosters a sense of inner peace. When we accept that everything changes, we become less anxious about losing what we have and more grateful for the moment. This perspective shifts our focus from striving for external validation to finding contentment within. In a world obsessed with permanence, embracing impermanence can be liberating. It teaches us to live fully in the present, appreciating each experience without clinging to it. This mindset reduces fear and increases resilience, helping us navigate life's uncertainties with calmness. By accepting the fleeting nature of life, we align ourselves with the Stoic ideal of equanimity. This practice helps us live with intention, making the most of our time and energy. Number 11, dichotomy of control. The dichotomy of control is a foundational Stoic principle, emphasizing the distinction between what is within our control and what is not. Marcus Aurelius taught that we should focus our energy solely on what we can control: our actions, reactions, and judgments. This principle transforms our approach to life's challenges. By accepting that we cannot control external events, we reduce anxiety and foster a deeper sense of peace. This liberating truth allows us to engage more constructively with the world, channeling our efforts where they can make a difference. Practicing the dichotomy of control means asking yourself, is this within my control, before reacting to any situation? If it's not, let it go and move on. This practice requires mindfulness and regular reminders of what truly lies within our sphere of influence. By focusing on our actions and letting go of attachment to outcomes, we maintain our tranquility and effectiveness. This principle enhances our ability to live a disciplined and purposeful life, regardless of external circumstances. Number 12, find wise people to emulate. Emulating wise individuals is a powerful way to enhance your character and judgment. Marcus Aurelius often wrote about his admiration for others' qualities, seeing their example as a way to internalize their strengths and virtues. Choosing whom to emulate involves recognizing those who embody Stoic virtues like wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance. These role models provide a roadmap for facing challenges with grace and determination. Observing their lives helps us translate abstract philosophical concepts into everyday actions. Incorporate this principle by selecting role models whose values align with yours. Reflect on how they navigate their lives, make decisions, and handle adversity. Ask yourself, what about this person's approach or mindset can I incorporate into my own life? Emulating wise individuals bridges the gap between theory and practice, making Stoic ideals more accessible and compelling. By surrounding yourself with virtuous influences, you set a high standard for your behavior and decisions, propelling yourself toward greater wisdom and resilience. Number 13, practice silence and reflection. Allocating time for silence and introspection is crucial for maintaining a Stoic mindset. Marcus Aurelius understood the power of reflection in fostering self-discipline and clarity. This practice helps you clear your mind, reflect on your actions, and plan for the future with wisdom. In our fast-paced world, finding moments of silence can be challenging, yet it is essential for inner peace. Use this time for meditation, journaling, or simply being with your thoughts. These moments of quiet help you process experiences and gain insights into your behavior and decisions. By regularly practicing silence and reflection, you develop greater self-awareness and mindfulness. This practice anchors you in the present moment, allowing you to respond to life's challenges with a calm and rational mindset. Silence and reflection are powerful tools for personal growth and resilience. They help you stay connected to your values and purpose, providing the clarity needed to navigate life's complexities with wisdom and grace. Number 14, practice delayed gratification. Marcus Aurelius championed the principle of delayed gratification, viewing it as a pathway to greater freedom and satisfaction. In the Stoic view, mastering one's impulses by delaying gratification isn't about denying pleasure, but about achieving a higher form of fulfillment aligned with long-term goals. Delayed gratification involves postponing immediate desires for more significant, enduring rewards. This practice is particularly relevant in our modern culture of instant gratification. By exercising restraint, we cultivate a disciplined life focused on lasting well-being. Implement delayed gratification in everyday life through simple habits. Save money instead of spending impulsively, choose healthy meals over fast food, or dedicate time to learning instead of immediate leisure. Each choice reinforces the Stoic practice of prioritizing long-term benefits. The benefits of delayed gratification are extensive. Research supports its link to better outcomes in career, education, health, and relationships. By mastering this principle, we align our actions with our values, achieving a life of lasting tranquility and contentment. Number 15, finding your purpose. At the heart of Marcus Aurelius' philosophy is the belief that self-discipline begins with finding your purpose. Understanding what truly matters to you and aligning your daily actions with this deeper calling is essential for a disciplined life. Finding your purpose means discovering what drives you at your core. It's about understanding your role in the larger scheme of things and acting in harmony with your virtues. For Aurelius, purpose wasn't just a lofty ideal, but a practical compass guiding every decision. In our modern world, saturated with choices and distractions, finding your purpose can feel overwhelming. Stoicism teaches us to peel back superficial desires and fleeting emotions to reveal what is truly essential for our well-being and growth. This clarity helps us focus our energy on what truly matters. To apply this principle, reflect on what you are naturally drawn to, where you find deep satisfaction, or what challenges motivate you. These are clues to your purpose. Daily reflection helps align your actions with your purpose, cultivating the self-discipline necessary for a meaningful and impactful life. By consistently living in alignment with your purpose, you build a disciplined, fulfilling life grounded in Stoic wisdom. Thank you for joining us on this journey into the heart of Stoicism and the timeless wisdom of Marcus Aurelius. By embracing these 15 powerful principles, you can transform how you navigate life's challenges. Cultivate unwavering self-discipline and live a more purposeful and fulfilling life. If you found value in these insights and are eager for more wisdom to enrich your life, don't miss out. Like this video and subscribe to the Wiser channel. Your support helps us continue to share profound teachings and practical advice to help you thrive. Join our community and embark on a path to greater wisdom and resilience. Stay wise, stay resilient, and remember, the power to transform your life is within you. See you in the next video.
What if I told you that being single after a long relationship isn't just okay? It might actually be the best thing that's ever happened to you. Forget the stereotypes about loneliness or starting over. Being single could unlock a life that's richer, freer, and more fulfilling than ever before. Imagine this: no more emotional labor, no more negotiating over every little decision, and complete control over your time, your money, and your space. You're finally free to rediscover yourself, to travel the world on your terms, dive into passions you've ignored for decades, and create relationships that truly add value to your life. And here's the kicker: science and experience show that this newfound independence isn't just liberating, it's deeply rewarding. In this video, I'm going to share 15 powerful reasons why life can be better when you're single, inspired by wisdom that stood the test of time. You'll discover how this stage of life can be a springboard to freedom, growth, and happiness. Whether you're navigating this journey by choice or circumstance, stay with me. It's time to embrace this chapter of your life and unlock the endless possibilities waiting for you. 1. Rediscovering old hobbies and exploring new ones. When I found myself single after decades of being in a relationship, I felt both a sense of loss and an unexpected sense of freedom. At first, I didn't know what to do with all the time I suddenly had. But then I remembered something Marcus Aurelius once wrote: "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." That wisdom helped me shift my focus inward to the things I could control, like how I spent my time. I started thinking about the hobbies I used to love but had set aside. I remembered how much joy I found in painting when I was younger. Back then, I'd lose myself in the colors and shapes, completely present in the moment. So I decided to pick it up again. I bought some brushes and paints, set up a small corner in my living room, and began. The strokes on the canvas became a form of meditation, a reminder that life's beauty is often found in simplicity. I also gave myself permission to try something completely new. I'd always been curious about yoga, so I joined a beginner's class. It wasn't just about flexibility. It became a lesson in mindfulness and gratitude for what my body could still do. Seneca's words echoed in my mind: "As long as you live, keep learning how to live." Rediscovering hobbies and exploring new interests has been one of the most liberating aspects of being single. It reminded me that life isn't about what I've lost, but about what I can still create and experience. Each day is an opportunity to grow, to embrace curiosity, and to find joy in the small, meaningful things that bring me closer to myself. 2. Opportunity to travel freely. When I became single, I realized how much freedom I had to finally travel the way I wanted. In the past, trips were always a negotiation: destinations, schedules, even where to eat. But now, I could explore places I'd dreamed of without compromise. Epictetus's reminder came to mind: freedom is the only worthy goal in life. It is won by disregarding things that lie beyond our control. I decided to plan a solo trip, something I had never done before. My first destination was a quiet coastal town I'd always wanted to visit. Without needing to align plans with someone else's preferences, I could spend hours wandering through local markets, sitting on the beach with a good book, or simply enjoying the stillness. The solitude wasn't lonely, it was empowering. One of the most enlightening parts of traveling alone was discovering how resourceful I could be. I navigated unfamiliar streets, figured out new public transit systems, and even made friends with locals. Seneca's words resonated deeply. Everywhere is nowhere. When a person spends all their time in foreign travel, they end by having many acquaintances, but no friends. I realized that true travel isn't just about seeing new places. It's about forming meaningful connections with others and with yourself. Traveling freely helped me reconnect with my inner compass. It reminded me that life's richness comes not from what others plan for you, but from the paths you choose for yourself. Each trip became not just a journey to a new place, but a step toward becoming the person I wanted to be, curious, independent, and grateful for the world's endless possibilities. 3. Living life on your own terms. When you're in a long-term relationship, life often becomes a series of compromises. What to watch, where to live, how to spend your weekends, all of it involves negotiation. But when I became single, I realized I could finally design my life around my own desires. It was exhilarating and a little daunting. The words of Marcus Aurelius grounded me. Waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one. I began to ask myself what truly made me happy. I found that I loved slow mornings with coffee and journaling, weekends spent hiking, and nights diving into books I'd always meant to read. No one else's schedule dictated mine. I didn't have to justify my choices or feel guilty for indulging in what brought me joy. This freedom extended to my larger goals as well. For years I'd wanted to start a small garden, but I always deferred to what my partner wanted for our shared space. Now I had a patch of earth entirely my own. Tending to it became a metaphor for my new life. I was finally planting seeds for myself, nurturing my own growth. Living on my own terms taught me the power of self-reliance. As Seneca said, "The greatest wealth is a poverty of desires." By stripping away the need to conform to someone else's expectations, I found clarity in what truly mattered to me. Life wasn't just simpler, it was fuller, richer, and deeply aligned with my own values. For the first time, I was living entirely for myself, and it felt incredible. 4. Your home, your sanctuary. When I became single, I realized my home was now truly mine. For years, I had shared decisions about furniture, decor, and how spaces were used. While those compromises were part of a shared life, they often left me feeling like my home didn't fully reflect who I was. Now I could transform my space into a sanctuary. As Epictetus said, "Man is not worried by real problems so much as by his imagined anxieties about real problems." Having control over my space helped ease those imagined anxieties. I started small, painting walls in colors that brought me joy and rearranging furniture to create a sense of calm. I carved out a cozy reading nook by the window, filled my kitchen with tools for cooking meals I loved, and turned a spare room into an art studio. These changes weren't just about aesthetics. They were about creating a space that felt deeply personal, one that nurtured my peace of mind. This newfound freedom extended to how I lived in my home. If I wanted to stay up late, binge-watching documentaries, I could. If I felt like leaving the dishes until morning, there was no one to judge me. My home became a reflection of my values and priorities, a place of stillness and creativity. Seneca's wisdom often echoed in my mind. True happiness is to enjoy the present without anxious dependence upon the future. In reclaiming my home, I discovered the joy of living fully in the present. My sanctuary wasn't just a physical space, it was a mindset of contentment and peace that I carried with me every day. 5. Financial independence. One of the most liberating aspects of being single was taking full control of my finances. I no longer needed to negotiate spending, save for someone else's priorities, or compromise on long-term goals. My financial decisions were mine alone, and that brought a sense of empowerment I hadn't experienced before. Marcus Aurelius's words guided me. The happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts. With financial freedom, I could focus my energy on what truly mattered to me. I started by re-evaluating my budget and making deliberate choices about how I spent my money. I invested in experiences that enriched my life, like travel, classes, and hobbies. At the same time, I prioritized long-term goals, such as saving for retirement and building a safety net. Every decision felt intentional and aligned with my personal values. The freedom to manage my money also allowed me to give back in meaningful ways. I donated to causes I cared about without needing to explain or justify my choices to anyone else. As Seneca said, "It is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more that is poor." Financial independence gave me the clarity to see that I didn't need more. I just needed to use what I had in a way that brought me fulfillment. Taking charge of my finances wasn't just about money. It was about reclaiming my autonomy. I learned to trust my own judgment, plan for my future, and enjoy the freedom that comes from knowing I was in complete control of my resources. 6. Simpler, more liberating intimacy. One unexpected benefit of being single was how much simpler intimacy became. In my past relationships, intimacy was often entangled with emotional complexities, unspoken expectations, negotiations, and compromises. Now, I was free to define intimacy on my own terms. This shift felt profoundly liberating. As Seneca wisely noted, "We suffer more often in imagination than in reality." Free from the imagined obligations of partnership, I discovered a new kind of joy. I no longer felt pressure to meet someone else's needs or navigate their emotional states to maintain closeness. Instead, I could focus on what I truly wanted. If I chose to pursue a connection, it was because it brought me genuine happiness, not because I felt obligated to maintain it. For the first time, I understood the value of intimacy as a choice, not a duty. Whether I sought companionship or chose to focus on my own personal growth, every decision was mine to make. This freedom allowed me to engage in relationships with clarity and intention without the baggage of unmet expectations. Living without the weight of those emotional entanglements gave me more energy to invest in myself. I learned to find fulfillment in the things I loved, writing, painting, and simply enjoying the peace of my own company. The simplicity of this new approach to intimacy was a gift that reminded me of Marcus Aurelius's wisdom. If you are distressed by anything external, the pain is not due to the thing itself, but to your estimate of it. By redefining intimacy, I removed unnecessary distress and embraced a life of greater clarity and joy. 7. No more emotional labor. One of the most significant changes I experienced after becoming single was the relief of no longer being responsible for someone else's emotional well-being. In relationships, I often found myself managing not only my own emotions, but also soothing my partner's anxieties, resolving conflicts, and maintaining harmony in the household. While I once accepted this as part of love, I realized how draining it could be. Epictetus's advice came to mind. First say to yourself what you would be, and then do what you have to do. Being single allowed me to redirect all that emotional energy inward. I began to focus on my mental health, practicing mindfulness, and exploring what brought me peace and joy. Without the constant need to manage someone else's emotions, I discovered a lighter, freer version of myself. This freedom also improved the quality of my relationships with friends and family. When I wasn't weighed down by emotional labor, I could engage more authentically and give from a place of abundance rather than obligation. As Seneca said, "He who is brave is free." Letting go of emotional caretaking wasn't just brave, it was transformative. The absence of this invisible burden gave me space to build healthier relationships, ones based on mutual respect and support rather than caretaking. I learned that true love, whether romantic or platonic, doesn't require sacrificing your peace for someone else's. Instead, it thrives when both people take responsibility for their own emotions. 8. A stronger sense of self. After years of being in a relationship, I realized I had lost touch with who I was. My identity had become so intertwined with my role as a partner that I'd forgotten what truly made me happy. Becoming single gave me the chance to rediscover myself. Marcus Aurelius's words guided me. "Nowhere can man find a quieter or more untroubled retreat than in his own soul." I began by asking myself simple but profound questions. What do I enjoy? What do I value? What kind of life do I want to live? I explored hobbies, reconnected with old friends, and even tried new activities that I never had time for before. Slowly but surely, I started to feel more like myself. Being single also taught me to trust my own decisions. Without someone else's input or validation, I learned to rely on my instincts and preferences. This built a deeper confidence in myself and my ability to create a life that felt fulfilling. Seneca's words became a mantra. "As is a tale, so is life. Not how long it is, but how good it is what matters." Through this process, I developed a stronger sense of self. I no longer felt defined by external roles or relationships. Instead, I felt grounded in my own identity, living a life that reflected my values and passions. The journey wasn't always easy, but it was deeply rewarding, and it reminded me that the most important relationship is the one you have with yourself. 9. The gift of peace and quiet. One of the greatest blessings of being single was discovering the power of peace and quiet. When I was in a relationship, my home was always filled with activity, whether it was conversations, TV noise, or just the hum of shared living. While companionship was meaningful, I often longed for moments of stillness. Becoming single gave me exactly that. At first, the quiet felt strange, almost unsettling. But as I adjusted, I began to savor it. I could wake up in the morning and enjoy my coffee without interruptions. I could sit by the window and listen to the rain, or take long solitary walks in the park. These moments of solitude became opportunities to reflect, recharge, and simply be. Epictetus's wisdom resonated with me. People are not disturbed by things, but by the views they take of them. I realized that my initial discomfort with silence wasn't about the quiet itself. It was about my perception of it. Once I embraced it, peace and quiet became a source of immense joy. This stillness also allowed me to cultivate mindfulness. I could focus entirely on the present moment, free from the distractions of a shared life. Over time, I discovered that these quiet moments were some of the most fulfilling parts of my day. They reminded me that happiness isn't always about doing, it's often about simply being. 10. Building a social life on your terms. When I was in a relationship, much of my social life revolved around shared friends, couples gatherings, and events that often catered to my partner's interests as much as mine. Becoming single gave me the opportunity to redefine how, when, and with whom I spent my time. This newfound freedom felt both empowering and liberating. As Marcus Aurelius advised, the happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts. I applied this to my relationships, choosing to surround myself with people who uplifted and inspired me. I reconnected with old friends and sought out new ones who shared my interests and values. Whether it was joining a book club, attending community events, or taking a cooking class, I prioritized connections that felt meaningful. For the first time in years, I didn't have to attend events or engage with people out of obligation. This intentional approach to my social life also helped me set boundaries. If I needed time alone, I didn't feel pressured to explain or justify it. Seneca's wisdom guided me. Associate with those who will make a better man of you. By choosing friendships that added value to my life, I found a deeper sense of fulfillment. Being single allowed me to take control of my social calendar and focus on relationships that truly mattered. It wasn't about the quantity of connections, it was about the quality. This shift not only brought me closer to others, but also closer to myself. 11. Prioritizing health and wellness. When I was in a relationship, my health often took a back seat to the demands of shared life. Dinners out, accommodating someone else's schedule, or simply neglecting self-care in the hustle of daily routines. Once I became single, I realized I had the time and freedom to prioritize my health in ways I never had before. I started by focusing on my physical health. I joined a gym and took up yoga, activities I'd always wanted to try but had never made time for. I began cooking meals that nourished my body and experimenting with new recipes that were both healthy and enjoyable. Marcus Aurelius's words encouraged me. You must take care of your soul if you would have your head in order. My mental health also became a priority. I embraced practices like meditation and journaling, which helped me process emotions and find clarity. I even sought therapy to work through lingering challenges, an act of self-love that strengthened my resilience and emotional well-being. Seneca's wisdom reminded me to focus on what I could control. A man's as miserable as he thinks he is. By taking charge of my health, I felt stronger and more in control of my life. Prioritizing wellness wasn't just about looking or feeling good. It was about building a foundation for a longer, more fulfilling life. The freedom to focus entirely on my well-being transformed my outlook. I learned that caring for myself wasn't selfish, it was essential. And with every small step I took, I felt more empowered to live fully and joyfully. 12. Rediscovering old hobbies and exploring new interests. One of the most fulfilling aspects of being single was rediscovering hobbies I'd set aside and trying new activities I'd always been curious about. When I was married, my time and energy were often devoted to shared responsibilities or accommodating someone else's preferences. But now I had the freedom to explore what truly brought me joy. I dusted off my old guitar, an instrument I hadn't touched in years, and started relearning songs I used to love. I also took up painting, finding peace in the rhythm of brushstrokes and the vibrant colors coming to life on the canvas. As Seneca wrote, "It is not that we have a short time to live, but that we waste a lot of it." With this new chapter, I committed to using my time intentionally. I also embraced the opportunity to try new things. I signed up for a photography workshop and joined a hiking group, discovering passions I didn't know I had. These activities weren't just about passing time, they were about reconnecting with myself and cultivating a sense of purpose. The process of rediscovery taught me that life is full of possibilities, no matter your age or circumstances. With each new hobby or skill, I felt a sense of accomplishment and joy that reminded me of the limitless potential within us all. 13. Embracing freedom. When I became single, I experienced a kind of freedom I hadn't felt in years. It wasn't just about being able to make decisions on my own. It was about rediscovering the ability to live life exactly how I wanted. This shift reminded me of Marcus Aurelius's wisdom. Do not be constrained by the external. Seek the freedom within yourself. For years I had balanced the needs and preferences of someone else, often putting my own desires on the back burner. Now, I could finally prioritize what mattered most to me. I embraced spontaneous choices, like going on a last-minute road trip, spending an entire day lost in a book, or pursuing a new passion without worrying about anyone else's schedule. This freedom also extended to my mindset. I no longer felt tethered to societal expectations or the pressure to conform to a specific role. Instead, I focused on living authentically and intentionally. Seneca's words guided me. He who is brave is free. Being single gave me the courage to step into a new chapter of my life, unafraid of the unknown. The beauty of this freedom wasn't just in the big decisions, it was in the everyday moments. I could listen to my intuition, follow my curiosity, and build a life that reflected my values. Embracing this independence taught me that true happiness comes from within, not from external circumstances. It was a reminder that life's possibilities are endless when you take control of your own path. 14. No more. Negotiating the small stuff. One of the most surprising joys of being single was the simplicity of everyday life. In a relationship, even the smallest decisions, what to eat for dinner, what time to go to bed, or how to spend the weekend, often required negotiation. While compromise can be healthy, it can also be exhausting. Being single eliminated those constant discussions, leaving me free to make choices based solely on my preferences. I found a strange but profound satisfaction in deciding to eat cereal for dinner just because I felt like it, or staying up late binge-watching documentaries without worrying about waking someone else. These small freedoms may seem trivial, but they added up to a life that felt more relaxed and enjoyable. Marcus Aurelius's advice rang true. If it is not right, do not do it. If it is not true, do not say it. When I was single, I didn't have to justify my actions or second-guess my decisions based on someone else's opinion. Living without these daily negotiations allowed me to focus on what truly mattered. It wasn't about rebelling against compromise. It was about honoring my own needs and desires. Over time, I realized how much energy I had saved by not constantly accommodating someone else, and I was able to channel that energy into my passions and personal growth. 15. The gift of peace and quiet. One of the greatest, most unexpected gifts of being single was the ability to enjoy peace and quiet whenever I wanted. In a relationship, there was always background noise, conversations, shared activities, or the hum of daily life together. While I valued companionship, I often found myself craving stillness. When I became single, I finally had the space to enjoy moments of true solitude. I'd wake up to quiet mornings, sip my coffee slowly, and watch the sunrise without a single interruption. I could spend afternoons reading, journaling, or simply sitting in silence. These moments weren't lonely. they were deeply rejuvenating. Seneca's wisdom guided me. The greatest blessings of mankind are within us and within our reach. A wise man is content with his lot, whatever it may be, without wishing for what he has not. I realized that peace wasn't something I needed to seek outside myself. It was already there, waiting for me to embrace it. This quiet time became a way to reflect and recharge, helping me cultivate mindfulness and gratitude for the simplicity of life. It also deepened my appreciation for the beauty of the present moment. The gift of peace and quiet wasn't just about having less noise. It was about finding clarity and calm in the stillness of my own company. So, there you have it. 15 powerful reasons why being single again isn't just a new chapter. It's an opportunity to create a life that's truly your own. Whether it's embracing freedom, rediscovering old passions, or building deeper connections, this stage of life is filled with possibilities you might not have imagined. Now, I'd love to hear from you. Which of these reasons resonated most with you? Are you currently embracing the single life, or is it something you're considering? Share your thoughts and takeaways in the comments below. I read every one and can't wait to hear your stories. If you found this video inspiring or helpful, make sure to give it a thumbs up. And don't forget to subscribe for more content about living a life full of freedom, growth, and wisdom. And if you think someone else might benefit from hearing this message, share this video with them. It might just change their perspective. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Here are 10 key ideas to stop living for others and start living for yourself. What if I told you the secret to happiness is to stop chasing it? That the harder you try to please others, the further you push your own joy away. These 10 transformative ideas will not only challenge everything you've been told, but could completely change the way you live your life. Think about it. Why are so many people unhappy despite doing everything right? They achieve success, follow the rules, and seek approval, yet feel stuck. The answer is simple. They're living for others, not for themselves. Imagine breaking free from this cycle. What if you could stop caring about what others think, find purpose in every moment, and finally take control of your own happiness? These 10 ideas don't just make promises. They'll reveal why you've been stuck and how to truly live authentically. Here's the thing. These ideas aren't just philosophical musings. They're actionable steps. We'll explore why external approval breeds unhappiness, how courage transforms your life, and why your past doesn't have to dictate your future. But more importantly, we'll uncover why freedom lies in embracing who you are right now. By the end, you'll have a roadmap to start living for yourself and unlocking a life of true fulfillment. Let's dive in. 1. External approval breeds unhappiness. Caring too much about others' opinions is like handing them the keys to your freedom. When you seek external approval, you become a prisoner of their expectations, constantly trying to mold yourself into what they deem acceptable. The result? A life filled with frustration and dissatisfaction, because no matter how hard you try, you can never truly please everyone. Living for others means sacrificing your own dreams, values, and happiness on the altar of their judgment. It's a losing battle. The opinions of others are ever-changing, often conflicting, and rooted in their personal biases. Basing your self-worth on such an unstable foundation leaves you feeling unfulfilled and disconnected from your true self. Freedom lies in breaking this cycle. When you stop chasing approval, you gain the clarity to focus on what truly matters to you. You unlock the power to make choices that align with your authentic desires, rather than conforming to societal pressures. The irony is, when you live for yourself, you often gain the respect and admiration of others, not by chasing it, but by being unapologetically you. Free yourself from the chains of external validation. Your happiness is too valuable to leave in the hands of others. 2. Happiness requires courage. Happiness isn't something handed to you, it's something you have to fight for. And the biggest battle? The courage to be disliked. It's a tough pill to swallow, but if you constantly strive to meet societal expectations, you'll never live authentically. True happiness requires the boldness to stand firm in your values, even when it means facing criticism or rejection. Think about it. How often have you silenced your true thoughts or desires just to avoid conflict or gain approval? Each time you do, you chip away at your authenticity. But living this way is exhausting and unfulfilling. The people whose opinions you're so desperate to manage often don't notice or care as much as you think. The moment you embrace the courage to be disliked, something incredible happens. You feel free. You realize you don't need everyone to agree with or approve of you to feel good about yourself. This courage allows you to set boundaries, pursue your passions, and live in alignment with your values. It's not about being defiant, it's about being true to yourself. The path to happiness is paved with moments of bravery. Choose courage over conformity, and you'll unlock a life filled with meaning and joy. 3. Goals. Shape emotions. Your emotions don't just happen, they are closely tied to your goals. Every feeling you experience, whether it's joy, frustration, or disappointment, stems from your perception of progress toward what you value most. When your goals are aligned with your authentic self, your emotions act as motivators, guiding you forward. But when you chase unattainable goals, like trying to please everyone or seeking universal approval, negative emotions inevitably take over. Consider this. If your goal is to earn validation from others, you'll always feel like you're falling short. Approval is fleeting and subjective, leaving you in a constant state of anxiety and frustration. On the other hand, when you focus on achievable, meaningful goals that resonate with your true desires, emotions like satisfaction and confidence naturally emerge. The key is to set goals that align with your values, not society's expectations. Instead of pursuing perfection or external validation, aim for personal growth, meaningful relationships, or creative fulfillment. When your goals are authentic, your emotions become tools that drive your progress rather than obstacles that hold you back. Take control of your emotional life by shaping goals that truly matter. When you focus on what's meaningful to you, your emotions will become allies, not enemies. 4. Trauma doesn't define you. Your past may shape you, but it does not have to define your future. Too often, people believe that their negative experiences permanently dictate who they are or what they can achieve. This mindset traps you in a cycle of self-limiting beliefs and prevents you from seeing the potential for growth and change. Trauma is not your identity. It's an event, a moment in your life, not the sum of your existence. The true power lies in the meaning you assign to these experiences. You can choose to view them as barriers, or you can reframe them as lessons and opportunities for strength. It's not about denying the pain. It's about refusing to let it control your narrative. Think of people who've endured great hardships, yet emerged stronger, more compassionate and purpose-driven. What sets them apart is their ability to assign empowering meanings to their experiences. They see trauma as a chapter in their story, not the title of the book. You hold the pen to your life, rewrite the narrative in a way that serves you, not one that keeps you stuck. By doing so, you take control of your future and open the door to possibilities that are shaped by your choices, not your past. 5. Relationships. Thrive on contribution, not competition. When your relationships are built on the need for approval, they become exhausting competitions. You constantly compare yourself, wondering if you're liked enough, doing enough, or measuring up to some invisible standard. This mindset creates a transactional dynamic where the goal isn't connection, but validation. Over time, these relationships feel hollow, draining, and unfulfilling. Genuine relationships, however, thrive on contribution. When you focus on what you can give instead of what you can get, everything shifts. Contribution transforms interactions into opportunities for connection, growth, and mutual support. Whether it's offering your time, empathy, or encouragement, giving from a place of authenticity fosters deeper and more meaningful bonds. For example, think about the times you felt closest to someone. It likely wasn't during moments of competition, but when you offered or received genuine care, understanding, or help. True connection isn't about outperforming others or gaining their approval. It's about creating a safe space where both of you can thrive. Choose contribution over comparison. When you stop worrying about being enough for others and focus on giving from the heart, you'll build relationships rooted in trust, respect, and love, ones that truly enrich your life. Freedom lies in self-acceptance. Living according to others' standards is like wearing a mask. It hides your true self and limits your freedom. When you measure your worth by external validation, you become trapped in a never-ending cycle of trying to please others, constantly adjusting yourself to fit their expectations. True liberation comes when you step away from this cycle and embrace self-acceptance. Self-acceptance doesn't mean settling for who you are today. Instead, it means recognizing your intrinsic value while acknowledging areas for growth. It's about knowing that your worth isn't tied to your achievements, appearance, or how others perceive you. When you accept yourself fully, flaws and all, you free yourself from the fear of judgment. Think of how empowering it is to make decisions based on your own values rather than trying to predict what others want from you. This doesn't mean disregarding others entirely. It means prioritizing your authenticity over their approval. The irony is that people often respect you more when you're unapologetically yourself, because it shows confidence and integrity. True freedom begins when you accept yourself as you are and live according to your own terms. It's not just about being happy, it's about being whole. 7. Unhappiness as a strategy. Unhappiness often feels like something that happens to us, but in many cases, it's a strategy we unconsciously use to avoid taking action or confronting change. By holding on to dissatisfaction, we create a buffer against the risk of failure or rejection. It becomes an excuse to stay in our comfort zone, even if that comfort zone is making us miserable. For example, consider someone who constantly complains about their job but never applies for new opportunities. The unhappiness serves a purpose. It justifies staying put because the fear of failure or the unknown outweighs the desire for change. Similarly, clinging to unattainable goals like perfection or universal approval creates a cycle of frustration that keeps us stuck. Breaking free from this strategy requires courage and self-awareness. Ask yourself, what purpose is my unhappiness serving? What am I avoiding? Often the answers reveal that taking action, even imperfectly, is less scary than you've imagined. Unhappiness isn't meant to be a permanent state. It's a signal that something needs to change. Don't let it become your default strategy for avoiding risk. Instead, use it as a motivator to reevaluate your goals. Take purposeful action and step into a life of greater fulfillment and joy. 8. Happiness is in helping. True happiness isn't found in chasing personal achievements or seeking constant validation. It emerges when you contribute to the well-being of others. Helping others without expecting anything in return fosters a sense of purpose, connection, and fulfillment that material successes often cannot provide. Think about a time when you offered genuine help to someone, a friend in need, a stranger you assisted, or a loved one you supported. The joy you felt wasn't tied to recognition or reward. It came from the simple act of making a positive impact. This kind of happiness is enduring because it's rooted in meaning, not momentary pleasure. Helping others shifts your focus away from self-centered concerns and toward something greater. It creates a ripple effect. Your kindness inspires others, strengthens relationships, and builds a sense of community. Whether it's through small gestures or significant contributions, each act of giving reinforces your value and interconnectedness with the world around you. Happiness isn't about what you get. It's about what you give. By prioritizing service over selfishness, you align yourself with a deeper sense of purpose and unlock a lasting, fulfilling form of joy. Helping others isn't just a moral act, it's a path to your own well-being. 9. You are intrinsically valuable. Your worth isn't tied to your achievements, appearance, or how others perceive you. Simply existing gives you intrinsic value. This idea can be hard to grasp in a world that constantly measures success by external metrics. Money, accolades, or social status. But it's a truth that sets you free when fully embraced. Imagine a newborn baby. They contribute nothing to society in terms of productivity, yet their value is undeniable. Why? Because every person has worth, independent of what they do or achieve. This same principle applies to you. Your existence has a ripple effect. You impact others in ways you may never realize. A kind word, a shared smile, or simply being present can have profound effects on the people around you. When you recognize your intrinsic value, you stop seeking validation from others. You no longer feel the need to prove your worth through endless striving or comparison. Instead, you gain the confidence to live authentically, pursue your passions, and focus on what truly matters to you. You are enough just as you are. Embracing this truth allows you to live with a sense of peace and purpose, free from the pressure to constantly prove yourself to the world. 10. Live in the present. Happiness isn't something you'll find at the finish line of a major goal or milestone. It's in the moments you experience along the journey. Too often, we get caught up in, "I'll be happy when," thinking, believing joy will come only after achieving success, securing approval, or reaching some future destination. This mindset robs you of the ability to appreciate the here and now. Living in the present means fully engaging with the life unfolding around you. It's noticing the beauty of a quiet morning, savoring a conversation with a loved one, or finding joy in the small victories of daily life. These moments, though seemingly ordinary, hold the key to genuine happiness. When you're constantly focused on the future, you miss the richness of today. The journey itself is where growth, connection, and fulfillment happen, not just the destination. By grounding yourself in the present, you cultivate gratitude and contentment for what you already have, rather than yearning for what you lack. Happiness isn't in chasing the next big thing, it's in appreciating the path you're on right now. Embrace the present moment, and you'll find that life becomes not only more meaningful, but also infinitely more joyful. These 10 ideas are more than just insights. They're a call to action to take control of your life. Stop living for others and start living authentically. Remember, happiness isn't found in external approval or chasing unattainable goals. It's in the courage to be yourself, the freedom of self-acceptance, and the joy of living in the present. Now it's your turn. Which of these ideas resonated with you the most? Share your thoughts or your biggest takeaway in the comments. I'd love to hear your perspective. And if you found value in this video, don't forget to give it a thumbs up, subscribe to the channel, and share it with someone who needs to hear this message. Let's inspire more people to live for themselves and not for others. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.
Have you ever found yourself drained after a conversation, wondering how to shield yourself from the negativity that seems to cling to you? In a world where toxic interactions can sap our energy and dampen our spirits, the ability to rise above these challenges is crucial. Imagine if you could navigate these turbulent waters with grace and resilience, transforming every negative encounter into an opportunity for growth. This journey begins with understanding and mastering the principles that fortify our mental and emotional well-being. Join us as we explore powerful strategies, from self-care practices to emotional stability, that empower us to not just survive, but thrive amidst life's adversities. Self-care practices. Engaging in self-care activities such as exercise, hobbies, and spending time with loved ones replenishes our energy and resilience, making it easier to cope with toxic interactions. Prioritizing self-care enables us to maintain our well-being amidst challenging circumstances. One notable example of the importance of self-care comes from former First Lady Michelle Obama. Throughout her time in the White House, Michelle Obama faced immense pressures and public scrutiny. Despite the challenges, she consistently emphasized the importance of self-care. She regularly engaged in exercise, notably her early morning workouts, and promoted healthy eating through her Let's Move campaign. Michelle also prioritized spending quality time with her family, which she described as her source of strength and stability. By focusing on self-care, Michelle Obama not only maintained her own well-being, but also set a powerful example for others. Her approach highlighted that even in the most demanding roles, taking time for oneself is essential for long-term resilience and effectiveness. This dedication to self-care allowed her to navigate the complexities of public life with grace and resilience, demonstrating that nurturing one's physical and emotional health is crucial in facing and overcoming toxic interactions. Incorporating self-care into our daily routines, much like Michelle Obama, helps build the resilience needed to handle life's challenges, whether it's through exercise, hobbies, or spending time with loved ones. These practices renew our energy and strengthen our ability to cope with difficult situations, ultimately leading to a more balanced and fulfilling life. Empathy and understanding. Practicing empathy allows us to understand the perspectives and emotions of others, even toxic individuals. By empathizing with their struggles, we can respond with compassion rather than reacting defensively, which can sometimes diffuse tense situations. A well-known example of empathy in action is the approach taken by Nelson Mandela during his presidency in South Africa. After spending 27 years in prison under the apartheid regime, Mandela emerged with a spirit of forgiveness and understanding. Instead of seeking retribution, he chose to empathize with his former oppressors, understanding their fears and concerns. Mandela's empathy facilitated peaceful negotiations and the establishment of a multiracial democracy. His ability to see the humanity in others, even those who had wronged him, exemplifies how empathy can transform hostile interactions into opportunities for reconciliation and healing. Seeking support. Accepting help from friends, family, or professionals strengthens resilience and fosters growth. Different perspectives offer valuable insights and solutions to overcome challenges. One prominent example is Oprah Winfrey, who has openly discussed her difficult childhood and the support she received from mentors and friends throughout her life. Oprah's willingness to seek and accept support allowed her to navigate numerous personal and professional challenges. Her story underscores the importance of a support network in building resilience and achieving success. Oprah's journey from a troubled youth to a media mogul highlights how seeking support can provide the necessary strength to overcome adversity. Solution-oriented approach. Focusing on practical solutions rather than dwelling on problems promotes resilience and creativity. Adaptability and cooperation are vital in finding effective solutions. Elon Musk exemplifies a solution-oriented approach through his work with SpaceX. Faced with numerous technical and financial challenges, Musk and his team focused on finding innovative solutions rather than getting bogged down by the problems. This mindset led to the successful development of reusable rockets, significantly reducing the cost of space travel. Musk's ability to stay solution-focused has driven advancements in technology and space exploration, demonstrating the power of a practical, forward-thinking approach. Detection of false cordiality, recognizing signs like body language, tone of voice, consistency of behavior, and trusting intuition can protect against manipulations and foster authentic connections. Princess Diana was adept at detecting false cordiality within the British royal circles and the media. Despite the outward appearances of friendliness, Diana often faced manipulation and deceit. Her intuition and ability to read nonverbal cues helped her navigate these challenges, allowing her to form genuine connections with those who truly supported her. Diana's experiences highlight the importance of being attuned to subtle signals and trusting one's instincts to avoid manipulation. Cognitive restructuring. Cognitive restructuring involves challenging and reframing negative thoughts and beliefs that contribute to stress and anxiety. By identifying and replacing irrational or distorted thinking patterns, we can develop a more positive and resilient mindset, reducing the impact of toxic people on our mental health. Cognitive restructuring played a significant role in the recovery of J.K. Rowling, the author of the Harry Potter series, from her struggles with depression. By challenging her negative thoughts and focusing on her writing, she transformed her mindset and overcame her mental health challenges. Rowling's journey from a single mother on welfare to a best-selling author demonstrates how altering our thought patterns can lead to remarkable personal and professional achievements. Focus on goals. Emotional intelligence helps maintain focus on objectives despite challenges or distractions. Self-awareness and empathy enable navigating through obstacles while keeping goals in sight. Steve Jobs, the co-founder of Apple, is a prime example of someone who maintained focus on his goals despite numerous setbacks. Jobs' emotional intelligence allowed him to understand and motivate his team, while keeping his vision for Apple clear. His resilience and unwavering focus on innovation led to the creation of groundbreaking products like the iPhone and the iPad, solidifying Apple's position as a leader in technology. Control of negative self-talk. Transforming internal criticism into positive self-image requires reframing thoughts, practicing mindfulness, expressing gratitude, and offering self-compassion. Serena Williams, one of the greatest tennis players of all time, has spoken openly about the importance of positive self-talk in her career. Williams uses affirmations and mindfulness practices to manage her thoughts and maintain a positive self-image, which has been crucial to her success on and off the court. Her ability to control negative self-talk and cultivate a strong, positive mindset has been a key factor in her enduring athletic dominance. Avoiding unnecessary arguments, concentrating on similarities, knowing when to withdraw, and replacing statements with questions help diffuse tensions and maintain peaceful interactions. The diplomatic skills of former President Jimmy Carter are a testament to the effectiveness of avoiding unnecessary arguments. Carter's approach to international diplomacy often involved finding common ground and knowing when to step back to avoid escalating conflicts. His efforts in brokering peace deals, such as the Camp David Accords between Egypt and Israel, illustrate how focusing on similarities and strategic withdrawal can lead to peaceful resolutions. Energy intelligence. Managing personal energy influences not only oneself, but also others. Practices like meditation and mindful eating positively impact mental and physical well-being. Arianna Huffington, founder of the Huffington Post, advocates for energy intelligence through practices like sufficient sleep, meditation, and mindful eating. After experiencing a collapse due to exhaustion, Huffington transformed her approach to work and well-being, emphasizing the importance of managing personal energy. Her advocacy has inspired many to prioritize their health and well-being to achieve greater productivity and fulfillment. Setting boundaries. Boundaries protect personal space and foster healthier relationships. Communicating openly about boundaries promotes mutual respect and understanding. Brené Brown, a research professor and author, is a strong proponent of setting boundaries. Brown emphasizes that setting clear boundaries is essential for cultivating empathy, compassion, and healthy relationships. Her research and personal experiences underscore the importance of communicating our limits and expectations to ensure mutual respect and understanding in all interactions. Assertive communication. Assertiveness involves expressing our needs, opinions, and boundaries clearly and respectfully. By practicing assertive communication, we can address toxic behavior directly and assert our boundaries without escalating conflicts. Malala Yousafzai, the youngest Nobel Prize laureate, exemplifies assertive communication. Despite facing life-threatening danger from the Taliban, Malala continued to advocate for girls' education in Pakistan with clarity and conviction. Her assertive communication has brought global attention to the importance of education and the rights of women, demonstrating the power of clear, respectful expression in effecting change. Forgiveness and memory. Forgiveness is about carving beauty from pain, while memory guides us to learn from past experiences without dwelling on them. Resilience grows from understanding and appreciating both. Desmond Tutu, a key figure in South Africa's anti-apartheid movement, is renowned for his emphasis on forgiveness and reconciliation. As chairman of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, Tutu advocated for forgiveness as a means to heal the nation. His belief in the power of forgiveness, coupled with a commitment to remembering past injustices to prevent their recurrence, exemplifies how forgiveness and memory can work together to foster resilience and growth. Emotional stability. Maintaining calmness and balance amidst toxic people requires mindfulness and stress management. Cultivating awareness of emotions helps develop mental resilience. The practices of the Dalai Lama provide an excellent example of maintaining emotional stability. Despite being in exile and facing political challenges, the Dalai Lama consistently practices mindfulness and stress management techniques. His ability to maintain emotional balance through meditation and a deep understanding of his emotions has allowed him to lead with compassion and resilience, serving as an inspiration to many around the world. As we navigate the complexities of our interactions and the challenges they bring, it's clear that resilience and emotional intelligence are our greatest allies. By engaging in self-care, practicing empathy, seeking support, and maintaining focus on our goals, we can build a robust foundation to withstand toxic influences. Embracing cognitive restructuring, managing our energy, and setting clear boundaries enable us to handle adversity with grace. Through assertive communication, forgiveness, and emotional stability, we transform potential conflicts into opportunities for growth and connection. Remember, the power to thrive amidst life's challenges lies within us. By cultivating these practices, we not only protect our well-being, but also inspire those around us to do the same. Together, we can foster a more compassionate, understanding, and resilient world. Have you ever walked into a room and instantly felt the tension without anyone saying a word? Or perhaps you've met someone whose smile made you feel instantly at ease. These experiences highlight the incredible power of non-verbal communication. In a world where words often take center stage, it's easy to overlook the silent signals that profoundly shape our interactions. But what if you could decode these hidden messages to understand people better and improve your relationships? Join us on a journey into the fascinating realm of body language and non-verbal cues, where the eyes, face, gestures, and even personal space reveal the unspoken truths behind our words. By learning to read these signs, you'll gain a powerful tool for enhancing your emotional intelligence and connecting more deeply with others. 1. Focus on the eyes. The eyes are often called the windows to the soul, capable of revealing a vast array of emotions and thoughts. Observing someone's eyes can provide deep insights into their honesty, interest, and emotional state. For example, consider a job interview scenario. The candidate who maintains steady eye contact is perceived as confident and truthful. This direct gaze not only signals confidence, but also builds a connection with the interviewer, fostering trust. Conversely, a person who frequently averts their gaze might be experiencing discomfort, shyness, or even deceit. Imagine a situation where a friend is recounting a story about a recent trip. If they avoid eye contact or their eyes dart around nervously, it may indicate they're not being entirely truthful or they feel uneasy discussing the topic. Pupil dilation is another critical indicator. When someone is genuinely interested in what you're saying, their pupils tend to dilate. This physiological response is involuntary and can be quite revealing in social interactions. Picture a date where your companion's pupils are noticeably larger when you're sharing a story. They're likely very engaged and interested in you. Expressions involving the eyes, such as raised eyebrows or narrowed eyes, also convey specific emotions. Raised eyebrows can signal surprise or interest. For instance, if you share an exciting piece of news with a colleague and their eyebrows shoot up, it shows they are genuinely intrigued. On the other hand, narrowed eyes often indicate suspicion or skepticism. If someone narrows their eyes while listening to you, it might be a cue that they doubt the truth or clarity of your statement. Understanding these subtle eye movements and expressions can greatly enhance your ability to read and respond to the emotions and intentions of those around you, making your interactions more meaningful and authentic. Decoding facial expressions. Facial expressions are powerful indicators of a person's emotional state, revealing feelings that might not be expressed verbally. For example, during a conversation, a genuine smile, one that reaches the eyes and causes crow's feet, indicates true happiness and engagement. Imagine greeting a friend you haven't seen in years. Their face lights up with a genuine smile, reflecting their joy and warmth towards you. In contrast, subtle expressions like a slight frown or furrowed brows can signal concern, confusion, or concentration. Picture a meeting where a team member furrows their brow while reviewing a proposal. This might suggest they have questions or reservations about the content, prompting you to address their concerns directly. Tense facial muscles are often a sign of stress or discomfort. For instance, if a colleague's jaw is clenched and their smile appears forced during a presentation, it likely indicates they are nervous or uncomfortable with the situation. Recognizing these cues can help you provide support or adjust your approach to make them feel more at ease. 3. Gestures and body language. Gestures and overall body posture convey messages that words might not fully express. For example, crossed arms can indicate defensiveness or discomfort. Imagine a scenario where you're giving feedback to an employee. If they cross their arms and lean back, it might suggest they are feeling defensive or disagree with your points. Conversely, leaning forward and maintaining an open posture with arms relaxed and uncrossed shows interest and engagement. In a classroom setting, students who lean forward and nod occasionally are actively listening and absorbing the information being presented. Touching the face can be a sign of anxiety or uncertainty. Picture someone scratching their chin or covering their mouth while making a decision. These gestures often indicate that they are unsure and possibly second-guessing their choices. Recognizing these signs can guide you in offering reassurance or additional information to help them feel more confident. 4. Observing micro-expressions. Micro-expressions are brief, involuntary facial expressions that reveal genuine emotions, often occurring in fractions of a second. These fleeting expressions can be crucial in understanding someone's true feelings. For instance, a flash of fear, widened eyes and raised eyebrows during a tense conversation might indicate the person is feeling threatened or anxious, even if they are verbally expressing calm. Similarly, a quick expression of disgust, characterized by a wrinkled nose and raised upper lip, can reveal true feelings about a subject being discussed. Imagine someone briefly showing disgust while talking about a particular task at work. This micro-expression could indicate their true dislike or discomfort with the assignment, despite any positive statements they make. Happiness is often revealed through a genuine smile, but a micro-expression of joy might appear even if someone tries to conceal their happiness. For example, receiving unexpected praise might trigger a fleeting smile before they compose themselves, indicating their genuine pleasure at the compliment. 5. Monitoring vocal tone and pitch. Changes in vocal tone, pitch, and speed can provide significant clues about a person's emotional state. A higher pitch often suggests anxiety or deception. For instance, During a stressful situation, a person's voice might rise as they attempt to explain themselves, indicating nervousness or a lack of confidence in their words. A steady, calm tone, on the other hand, often signals confidence and sincerity. Imagine a leader addressing their team during a crisis. Their calm, measured speech can reassure and instill confidence in the team, even if the situation is challenging. Rapid speech can signify nervousness or excitement. Picture someone excitedly sharing news about a promotion. Their words may come quickly, and their pitch might rise, reflecting their enthusiasm and joy. Conversely, someone speaking quickly during an interrogation might be trying to cover their tracks or fabricate details, indicating possible deceit. 6. Analyzing personal space. Personal space preferences can reflect comfort levels and intentions. For instance, standing close to someone can indicate familiarity or intimacy. In a social setting, close friends or family members are comfortable being physically close, reflecting their strong emotional bonds. Maintaining a greater distance can signify formality or discomfort. In a professional setting, maintaining a respectful distance during conversations indicates professionalism and respect for personal boundaries. Conversely, invading someone's personal space can be seen as aggressive or overly intimate. Imagine a salesperson stepping too close during a pitch, making the customer feel uneasy and defensive. 7. Evaluating handshakes. A handshake can reveal much about a person's personality and emotional state. A firm handshake suggests confidence and assertiveness. For example, in a business meeting, a firm handshake at the beginning can set a positive tone, indicating the person's confidence and readiness to engage. A limp handshake may indicate insecurity or reluctance. Imagine meeting someone who offers a weak, hesitant handshake. This might suggest they are unsure of themselves or not fully committed to the interaction. A prolonged handshake can be a sign of dominance or eagerness. For instance, a person who holds on a bit too long might be trying to assert control or make a lasting impression. 8. Notice fidgeting. Fidgeting behaviors, such as tapping feet or drumming fingers, often signal nervousness or impatience. Imagine a student waiting for exam results. If they are constantly fidgeting, it likely indicates their anxiety and impatience. Recognizing these signs can help you offer reassurance or distractions to ease their tension. Conversely, stillness can reflect calmness and self-control. Picture a negotiator in a high-stakes discussion who remains perfectly still and composed. Their lack of fidgeting signals confidence and control, potentially giving them an advantage in the negotiation. 9. Paying attention to posture. A person's posture provides significant insights into their feelings and attitudes. An open posture, with arms relaxed and not crossed, shows openness and confidence. In a job interview, a candidate who sits up straight and keeps their arms open is likely confident and eager to engage. A closed posture, such as crossing arms or hunching, can indicate defensiveness or discomfort. Imagine a participant in a group discussion who sits with their arms crossed and shoulders hunched. This body language suggests they feel defensive or are not comfortable with the topic being discussed. 10. Watching for incongruence. When verbal and non-verbal messages do not align, it often signals deceit or internal conflict. For example, if someone verbally expresses confidence but avoids eye contact or displays nervous tics, their body language contradicts their words, suggesting they might not be entirely truthful or comfortable. In another scenario, consider a person who claims to be relaxed but is constantly fidgeting and showing tense facial expressions. This incongruence between their words and actions reveals their internal struggle or deceit. Being attuned to these inconsistencies can help you better understand the true feelings and intentions of those you interact with, enhancing your communication and emotional intelligence. In conclusion, mastering the art of reading non-verbal communication opens a gateway to deeper understanding and more meaningful connections. From the subtle flicker of a micro-expression to the telltale signs in a handshake, these silent signals offer profound insights into the emotions and intentions of those around us. By honing your ability to interpret these cues, you can navigate social interactions with greater empathy and awareness, enhancing both personal and professional relationships. Imagine the advantages of detecting honesty in a business deal through eye movements, or recognizing a friend's discomfort through their body language. These skills empower you to respond more effectively and compassionately, fostering trust and cooperation. As you continue to explore and practice these techniques, you'll find yourself more attuned to the complex, unspoken dance of human interaction. At Wiser, we believe that understanding and leveraging non-verbal communication is a cornerstone of emotional intelligence. Stay with us as we delve deeper into this and other facets of personal growth and wisdom. Together, we'll unlock the secrets of effective communication, paving the way for a more connected and insightful life.
10 terrible signs you shouldn't trust your own family, and how to deal with this painful problem. Family, where life begins and love never ends. Yet, the same relationships that bring us love and comfort can sometimes be our greatest sources of pain. Family bonds are often idealized as safe havens, but when trust is broken, the emotional fallout can be profound. Trust is the invisible thread that holds families together, creating a foundation of security, mutual understanding, and emotional well-being. Without it, even the closest relationships can unravel, leaving behind feelings of betrayal and disillusionment. Why trust matters in families. Trust within families fosters open communication, mutual respect, and unwavering support. It's the bedrock upon which strong, loving relationships are built. When trust is present, family members feel safe to share their vulnerabilities and celebrate each other's triumphs. However, the absence of trust can lead to toxic dynamics, fostering feelings of resentment, anxiety, and isolation. Betrayal or persistent dishonesty doesn't just affect the individual, it ripples through the family, eroding the collective sense of security. This video explores the importance of recognizing red flags in family relationships that might signal deeper trust issues. Identifying these signs can empower you to address toxic patterns, protect your emotional well-being, and foster healthier connections, even in challenging circumstances. 1. Consistent dishonesty. Trust is the foundation of any healthy relationship, and this is especially true within families. When family members are consistently dishonest, it shakes the very core of these bonds. Dishonesty in a family isn't always about monumental lies. Sometimes it's the accumulation of smaller, persistent untruths that creates an environment of mistrust. Over time, this behavior erodes the sense of safety and reliability that should define familial relationships. Imagine a sibling who hides financial struggles, repeatedly downplaying the severity of their situation until it spirals out of control and impacts everyone involved. Or consider a parent who withholds important family information, such as health concerns or financial difficulties, under the guise of protecting others. These actions may be well-intentioned, but the result is often confusion, frustration, and a breakdown of trust. Dishonesty also breeds insecurity. It leaves family members second-guessing each other's words and intentions, creating an atmosphere of suspicion. When you can't rely on someone to tell you the truth, it becomes nearly impossible to confide in them, let alone depend on them during challenging times. Ultimately, consistent dishonesty signals a deeper issue, a lack of respect for the relationship and for your right to transparency. Addressing dishonesty requires courage and a commitment to open communication. It may involve confronting the family member in question, setting boundaries, or seeking external support, such as therapy, to rebuild trust. While rebuilding trust is possible, it requires mutual effort. Being honest, even when the truth is uncomfortable, strengthens relationships, proving that love and trust go hand in hand. In contrast, persistent dishonesty only serves to alienate and distance, leaving the relationship fractured and fragile. Recognizing and addressing this red flag is essential for fostering authentic and lasting family connections. 2. Manipulative behavior. Manipulative behavior in family relationships is a subtle yet deeply damaging dynamic. It often disguises itself as care or concern, but gradually erodes the autonomy and emotional well-being of its target. Manipulation can take many forms, including guilt-tripping, shaming, or emotional blackmail, and it thrives in the close-knit environment of family where emotions run deep. Imagine a parent who uses financial support as leverage to dictate your choices, such as your career, where you live, or whom you marry. The message becomes clear: their help comes with strings attached. This creates an unhealthy dependency and makes you feel trapped in decisions that don't align with your authentic desires. Another example could be a sibling who constantly plays the victim, exaggerating their struggles to garner your sympathy and attention while ignoring your boundaries and needs. The harm in manipulative behavior lies in its ability to distort relationships. Instead of being built on mutual respect and understanding, these relationships become transactional, with one person always exerting control. This dynamic can lead to feelings of resentment, frustration, and helplessness. Recognizing manipulation starts with identifying patterns. Do you often feel guilty after interacting with a particular family member? Are you pressured into decisions that make you uncomfortable? These are signs that manipulation may be at play. Addressing manipulative behavior requires setting and enforcing boundaries. Clearly communicate what you will and will not tolerate. For example, you can say, "I appreciate your input, but I need to make this decision on my own." If manipulation persists, limiting interactions or seeking professional guidance, such as family counseling, might be necessary. Remember, genuine family support empowers rather than controls. Healthy relationships allow space for individuality and growth, fostering a foundation of love and mutual respect free from manipulation. 3. Betrayal of confidence. Betrayal of confidence is a profound violation of trust that can leave lasting scars in family relationships. Trusting someone with personal information or feelings is an act of vulnerability, and when that trust is broken, it shakes the foundation of the bond. Families are meant to provide a safe space, but when private matters are shared without consent, it undermines the very essence of that safety. Consider a scenario where you confide in a family member about a difficult situation, such as a relationship problem or a personal failure, only to later hear it repeated to others during a family gathering. Not only does this violate your privacy, but it also exposes you to judgment and embarrassment from people you didn't choose to share with. The sense of betrayal can lead to feelings of isolation and hesitation to open up in the future. The damage caused by a breach of confidence is often amplified in families because of the emotional closeness involved. It creates a ripple effect, eroding trust not only in the person who betrayed you, but in the family dynamic as a whole. To address this issue, it's essential to set clear boundaries, express how their actions have hurt you, and emphasize the importance of keeping private matters confidential. For instance, you might say, "When I share something personal, I need to know it stays between us." If the behavior continues, consider limiting what you share with that individual. Building or rebuilding trust takes time and consistency. Both parties must be committed to respecting boundaries and nurturing a culture of discretion. A family should be a source of comfort, not fear of betrayal. Protecting your emotional well-being may require difficult conversations, but it's a necessary step toward preserving meaningful relationships. 4. Financial exploitation. Financial exploitation in families often disguises itself as a harmless request for help, but can quickly spiral into a pattern of manipulation and misuse. Families are expected to support one another, but when financial assistance becomes a recurring demand or is given under false pretenses, it creates an unhealthy dynamic of dependency and mistrust. Imagine a relative who frequently borrows money, promising repayment but never following through. Over time, this pattern not only strains your finances, but also leaves you feeling used and disrespected. In more extreme cases, financial exploitation can involve subtle coercion, like a family member guilt-tripping you into giving them money or resources they don't genuinely need. The emotional toll of financial exploitation is significant. It fosters resentment, disrupts family harmony, and can make you hesitant to offer help in genuine cases of need. It also sets a harmful precedent where boundaries are ignored and one-sided expectations dominate the relationship. Addressing financial exploitation requires assertiveness. Clearly communicate your boundaries, such as stating, "I can't lend you money anymore, but I'm happy to help you budget or find resources." Sticking to these limits can be challenging, especially if guilt is leveraged against you, but it's necessary for maintaining healthy relationships. In some cases, professional guidance may be beneficial. Financial counseling or mediation can help navigate these sensitive situations without escalating tensions. Remember, supporting family doesn't mean tolerating exploitation. Healthy family dynamics should respect each member's autonomy and well-being, including their financial stability. 5. Lack of support during crises. Families are often seen as a pillar of support during life's most challenging moments. However, when family members fail to show up emotionally or physically during crises, it signals a troubling lack of reliability. This absence can leave you feeling abandoned and questioning the strength of your familial bonds. Picture a situation where you're going through a medical emergency or a significant life upheaval, such as losing a job. You expect your family to rally around you, but instead, they prioritize their own needs or dismiss the gravity of your situation. For instance, a sibling who chooses to ignore your request for help, or a parent who offers superficial support instead of genuine assistance. This lack of care not only exacerbates your struggle, but also creates emotional wounds that are hard to heal. The impact of this neglect extends beyond the immediate crisis. It fosters resentment and a sense of imbalance in the relationship, as you realize the support you offer may not be reciprocated when you need it most. Over time, this dynamic can erode the trust and intimacy that families are meant to provide. To address this, communicate your needs clearly during difficult times. For example, say, "I really need your support right now. Can you help with this specific task?" If support remains absent, reassess the relationship and consider leaning on friends or professional networks that can provide the care you need. While family support is invaluable, it shouldn't be your sole source of help. Building a broader support system can alleviate some of the pressure and prevent disappointment. Ultimately, healthy family dynamics are rooted in mutual care and reliability, not selective support based on convenience. 6. Frequent gossiping. Gossiping within families might seem harmless at first, but it often creates divisions and mistrust over time. When family members discuss your personal life or struggles with others behind your back, it can feel like a betrayal of confidence and respect. Gossip often distorts facts, exaggerating situations and amplifying conflicts that could otherwise be resolved privately. Imagine discovering that a sibling has been sharing details about your financial struggles or personal challenges with extended family members, framing them as juicy tidbits for entertainment rather than respecting your privacy. This not only damages your reputation, but also undermines your trust in that person. Over time, you may begin to question whether your conversations are safe or if they'll become fodder for the next family gathering. The effects of gossip extend beyond individual relationships. It creates an environment of insecurity where family members hesitate to open up, fearing that their vulnerabilities will be exposed. This atmosphere disrupts the open communication and support that families should foster. To address gossip, confront it directly but calmly. Let the person know how their actions have affected you by saying, "I value our relationship, but I feel hurt when private matters I've shared are discussed with others." Setting boundaries about what you're comfortable sharing and with whom is critical. Over time, you may need to adjust your expectations of those who engage in gossip and limit your disclosures to them. Instead, prioritize relationships within the family where trust and mutual respect are evident. Healthy family dynamics thrive on confidentiality, empathy, and understanding, not on spreading rumors or creating unnecessary drama. 7. Dismissal of boundaries. Respecting boundaries is fundamental in any relationship, but it's especially crucial within families. When boundaries are ignored or dismissed, it creates tension and conflict, as well as a sense that your needs and autonomy are not valued. This can manifest in many ways, from emotional intrusions to physical overstepping. Consider a parent who enters your home uninvited even after you've asked them to call beforehand. Or a relative who dismisses your parenting choices, constantly criticizing how you raise your children despite your repeated requests to respect your methods. These actions, though sometimes framed as care or concern, signal a lack of respect for your individuality and decisions. The dismissal of boundaries often stems from a power dynamic where one person feels entitled to dictate or interfere in your life. This can lead to frustration, resentment, and a breakdown in communication. When your boundaries are routinely ignored, it also becomes harder to trust that person with more significant aspects of your life. To handle this, clearly communicate your limits. For instance, say, "I appreciate your concern, but this is a decision I need to make for myself. Please respect that." Consistency is key. Enforcing boundaries each time they're crossed reinforces their importance. If the behavior persists, you may need to limit interactions with the person or seek external support, such as counseling, to mediate the situation. Healthy families respect each other's autonomy and choices, understanding that boundaries are not barriers to love, but foundations for mutual respect. 8. Favoritism or unfair treatment. Favoritism within families can deeply wound relationships, creating feelings of inadequacy, resentment, and alienation among those who are overlooked. While families are expected to nurture and celebrate each member equally, showing clear preference for one individual over others undermines these values and can fracture familial bonds. Imagine a parent who consistently praises one sibling's achievements while neglecting or even belittling another's efforts. Over time, the overlooked sibling may begin to feel unworthy, questioning their self-worth and value within the family. Similarly, unfair treatment can manifest in how responsibilities are distributed. One child may shoulder more family duties, while another receives privileges without contributing equally. Favoritism often stems from unconscious biases or cultural norms, but its impact is long-lasting. It not only strains the relationships between siblings, but can also affect the connection between parents and children. The child who feels neglected may withdraw emotionally, fostering a cycle of miscommunication and misunderstanding. Addressing favoritism requires courage and honest dialogue. If you're the one affected, share your feelings respectfully but assertively. For instance, you might say, "I've noticed that my efforts often go unacknowledged and it makes me feel undervalued." For parents or family members, Becoming aware of unintentional biases and making conscious efforts to treat everyone equitably is essential. In situations where favoritism persists, despite efforts to address it, focusing on your personal growth and seeking support outside the family can help maintain emotional balance. Healthy families thrive on fairness and inclusivity, where every member feels seen, valued, and equally loved. 9. Emotional or physical abuse. Emotional or physical abuse within families is one of the most devastating breaches of trust and safety. While families are expected to be a source of love and protection, abusive behaviors shatter that expectation, leaving victims feeling vulnerable, isolated, and unworthy of love. Abuse can take many forms, from harsh words and constant criticism to intimidation and physical harm. Imagine a relative who consistently demeans you with insults or undermines your self-esteem by pointing out perceived flaws in front of others. Worse, consider a family member who uses physical aggression, throwing objects, grabbing you forcefully, or threatening harm to assert control during disagreements. These behaviors are not only damaging in the moment, but can have long-lasting effects on your mental and emotional health. The harm caused by abuse often leads to self-doubt, anxiety, and depression. It creates an environment of fear where open communication and trust are impossible. Victims may also struggle with guilt or confusion, feeling trapped by cultural or societal expectations to maintain family unity at all costs. Addressing abuse starts with recognizing it as unacceptable, no matter the context. If you're experiencing abuse, prioritize your safety and well-being. This may mean seeking support from trusted friends, counselors, or advocacy organizations. Establish boundaries and, if necessary, create physical or emotional distance from the abuser. Breaking the cycle of abuse is challenging but essential for healing. It requires bravery to confront the issue, seek help, and, in some cases, walk away from toxic relationships. Healthy families nurture, protect, and uplift their members, making it crucial to demand and uphold an environment free from harm. Everyone deserves to feel safe and respected in their family. 10. Refusal to acknowledge or address conflicts. Conflict is an inevitable part of any relationship, but how it's handled determines whether it strengthens or weakens the bond. In families, a refusal to acknowledge or address conflicts often leads to unresolved tensions and lingering resentment. When issues are ignored or swept under the rug, they don't disappear. They fester, eventually erupting in more significant, damaging ways. Consider a family member who consistently avoids discussing past grievances, shutting down conversations with phrases like, "Let's not dwell on the past," or "It's not a big deal." While this avoidance may feel like keeping the peace, it prevents meaningful resolution and understanding. For instance, unresolved arguments about financial responsibilities or personal boundaries can create ongoing frustration, silently damaging relationships. This refusal to engage in conflict resolution sends a message that your feelings and concerns don't matter, eroding trust and mutual respect. It also perpetuates a cycle where similar issues arise repeatedly, each time compounding the emotional toll. Addressing this requires open communication and a willingness to confront uncomfortable truths. Initiate conversations with a calm and solution-focused tone, saying something like, "I'd like to talk about this issue so we can move forward and strengthen our relationship." If the other party remains resistant, consider involving a neutral mediator, like a family counselor, to facilitate productive discussions. Resolving conflicts doesn't mean erasing disagreements. It means understanding each other's perspectives and finding common ground. Healthy families prioritize growth and connection by facing challenges together, fostering an environment where conflicts are opportunities for deeper understanding rather than sources of division. Solutions. how to deal with these painful problems. 1. Setting and enforcing boundaries. Boundaries are essential for maintaining healthy relationships, especially in families where emotions and expectations often run high. Setting clear boundaries communicates your needs and ensures that interactions remain respectful and balanced. However, enforcing boundaries requires consistency and courage, especially if family members are resistant or dismissive. For example, if a parent frequently criticizes your parenting style, you can establish a boundary by calmly saying, "I understand you have advice, but I prefer to make my own decisions regarding my children. Please respect that." The key is to be firm yet respectful, avoiding emotional confrontations that might escalate tensions. Enforcing boundaries might also involve limiting certain topics of discussion. If a relative often brings up sensitive or triggering subjects, you can redirect the conversation or politely state that you're not comfortable discussing that matter. While setting boundaries may initially create discomfort or pushback, it ultimately fosters healthier dynamics. It teaches family members how to interact with you in a way that respects your emotional and physical well-being. Remember, boundaries are not about creating distance, but about ensuring mutual respect. They allow for deeper, more meaningful connections by establishing a foundation of trust and understanding. Over time, consistent boundary setting helps shift unhealthy dynamics and promotes a more balanced and fulfilling family relationship. 2. Seeking open communication. Open communication is the cornerstone of healthy family relationships. It involves expressing your thoughts, feelings, and concerns honestly while creating space for others to do the same. When conflicts or trust issues arise, addressing them directly, yet constructively, can pave the way for resolution and deeper understanding. Start by choosing an appropriate time and setting for conversations. Avoid discussing sensitive topics during emotionally charged moments. Instead, approach the discussion with a calm demeanor and a willingness to listen. For instance, you might begin by saying, "I've noticed some tension between us, and I'd like to talk about it so we can move forward together." Active listening is crucial. Give family members the opportunity to share their perspectives without interruption or judgment. Validating their feelings, even if you disagree, can create a sense of mutual respect. For example, saying, "I understand why you feel that way, and I want to work with you to find a solution," can de-escalate potential conflicts. If emotions run high, consider using I statements to express your concerns without placing blame. For example, "I feel hurt when my boundaries are ignored," is more effective than "you always disrespect me." Open communication doesn't guarantee immediate resolution, but it lays the groundwork for mutual trust and empathy. Over time, these conversations strengthen family bonds and create a culture where concerns can be addressed without fear of judgment or dismissal. In cases where communication remains difficult, seeking the guidance of a family therapist can help facilitate productive dialogue. Healthy families thrive on open communication, where every member feels heard, valued, and understood. Taking the first step to initiate these conversations shows courage and a commitment to fostering positive relationships. 3. Seeking professional help. Sometimes family dynamics become so strained or complicated that resolving issues independently feels impossible. In such cases, seeking professional help, such as therapy or mediation, can provide a neutral and supportive space for addressing deep-rooted issues. Professional intervention is not a sign of weakness, but a proactive step toward healing and rebuilding trust. Family therapists are trained to identify toxic patterns and facilitate open, constructive communication. For instance, in cases where a family member refuses to acknowledge their role in conflicts, a therapist can help them see how their behavior impacts others without assigning blame. Mediation sessions can also guide families in navigating sensitive topics, such as financial disputes or unspoken grievances. Consider a scenario where siblings are divided over how to care for aging parents, leading to resentment and tension. A professional mediator can help establish a fair plan that respects everyone's concerns and capabilities. Similarly, therapy can be invaluable in addressing emotional wounds caused by past betrayals or unresolved conflicts. For those experiencing abuse or severe neglect, professionals can offer resources and strategies to ensure safety and support. They can also help individuals process their emotions and rebuild self-esteem, empowering them to make healthier decisions about their relationships. While it may take time and effort to see results, professional help can bring clarity and structure to even the most complex family dynamics. It shows a commitment to breaking unhealthy cycles and fostering a more understanding, respectful environment. Ultimately, prioritizing emotional and relational well-being is one of the most meaningful investments you can make in your family's future. 4. Prioritizing self-care. In the midst of family conflicts or strained relationships, it's easy to lose sight of your own well-being. Prioritizing self-care is essential to maintaining your mental, emotional, and physical health, especially when navigating challenging family dynamics. By focusing on yourself, you build resilience and clarity, empowering you to make decisions that align with your values and needs. Self-care involves more than just pampering. It's about creating habits that nurture your overall well-being. For example, regular exercise, adequate sleep, and a balanced diet can significantly improve your ability to manage stress. Engaging in hobbies or activities you enjoy also provides an outlet for self-expression and a break from familial pressures. Emotional self-care is equally vital. Journaling, meditating, or speaking with a trusted friend can help you process your feelings and gain perspective. If family relationships feel particularly toxic, consider creating a support network outside your family. Friends, mentors, or support groups can provide encouragement and understanding when you need it most. It's important to set boundaries around your time and energy. For instance, limiting interactions with toxic family members or saying no to commitments that drain you can create space for your personal growth. Remember, prioritizing your needs doesn't mean neglecting others. It means ensuring you're in a position to engage in relationships from a place of strength and self-assurance. Ultimately, self-care is an act of self-respect. By valuing yourself, you model healthy behaviors for others and create a foundation for meaningful connections. Even in challenging family situations, prioritizing self-care ensures you remain grounded and empowered to make choices that support your happiness and well-being. 5. Knowing when to limit or cut ties. In some cases, despite your best efforts, a family relationship may remain toxic, abusive, or beyond repair. Knowing when to limit or cut ties with a family member is one of the hardest but most important decisions you may face. It's not about abandoning family, but about protecting your mental, emotional, and even physical well-being when the relationship becomes detrimental to your health. Consider situations where repeated attempts to establish boundaries are ignored, manipulative behaviors persist, or emotional and physical abuse continues unchecked. For example, if a relative consistently undermines your self-esteem, spreads false information about you, or refuses to take responsibility for their harmful actions, it may be necessary to reassess the value of that relationship in your life. Limiting ties doesn't always mean a complete cutoff. It might involve reducing the frequency of interactions or choosing neutral environments for meetings. For instance, you might decide only to see a toxic family member at larger family gatherings where their behavior is less targeted. In extreme cases, cutting ties entirely may be the healthiest option. While this choice comes with emotional challenges and societal stigma, it can provide the freedom and peace needed to focus on your well-being. Therapy or support groups can help navigate the emotional fallout and provide guidance during this process. Remember, walking away from a toxic relationship is not an act of selfishness, it's an act of self-preservation. You have the right to prioritize your happiness and safety, even if it means creating distance from family members. By doing so, you open the door to building healthier, more supportive relationships that align with your values and nurture your personal growth. Family relationships are complex and, at their best, provide love, support, and security. However, they can also harbor toxic dynamics that erode trust and emotional well-being. Recognizing the signs of distrust is the first step toward protecting yourself and addressing unhealthy patterns. Throughout this discussion, we identified 10 key red flags in family relationships: consistent dishonesty, manipulative behavior, betrayal of confidence, financial exploitation, lack of support during crises, frequent gossiping, dismissal of boundaries, favoritism, emotional or physical abuse, and refusal to address conflicts. Each of these behaviors undermines the foundation of trust and can lead to lasting emotional harm if left unchecked. Equally important are the solutions we explored: setting and enforcing boundaries, fostering open communication, seeking professional help, prioritizing self-care, and knowing when to limit or cut ties. These strategies empower individuals to take control of their relationships, ensuring they are built on mutual respect, understanding, and care. Recognizing these issues early and addressing them with clarity and courage can lead to healthier dynamics within families. While not all relationships can be repaired, understanding when to let go or create distance is crucial for personal well-being. Empowerment begins with the recognition that you have the right to protect your peace, even within your family. It's easy to feel trapped by societal expectations or cultural norms that emphasize unconditional loyalty to family. But prioritizing your mental and emotional health is not selfish, it's necessary. Take proactive steps to identify and address toxic behaviors. If you notice red flags, don't ignore them. Open communication is a powerful tool, but it's okay to acknowledge when deeper issues require professional intervention or a redefinition of the relationship. Remember, setting boundaries isn't about punishing others. It's about creating the space for healthy and respectful interactions. When these boundaries are consistently violated, know that you have the strength to make the tough decisions to limit or end contact. Surround yourself with supportive relationships that uplift you, whether they are within or outside your family. Seeking healthier dynamics is a journey, not an overnight fix. It requires patience, self-reflection, and a commitment to growth. But the result, peace of mind, self-respect, and meaningful connections, is worth the effort. Healing and growth are always possible, even in the face of challenging family dynamics. You are not alone in navigating these complexities, and many have walked this path before, finding strength and fulfillment on the other side. While you may not always be able to change others, you can change how you respond to and manage these relationships. By focusing on your well-being and surrounding yourself with positive influences, you create an environment that nurtures trust, respect, and love. Family isn't defined solely by blood. It's about the connections that make you feel valued, safe, and supported. As you move forward, take comfort in knowing that meaningful relationships can be built and sustained, whether within your biological family or through the family you choose. Embrace the journey toward healthier dynamics with hope. Every small step you take, whether it's setting a boundary, seeking therapy, or building a new support system, is a step toward reclaiming your emotional health and happiness. You deserve relationships that uplift and empower you, and with time and effort, those connections are within reach. Thank you for watching. If you found this video helpful, make sure to give it a thumbs up and share it with someone who might need this message. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel for more insightful content like this. Your support helps us continue creating videos that inspire, empower, and guide you toward a better, healthier life. Hit the subscribe button and turn on the notification bell so you never miss an update. Together, we can navigate life's challenges and build stronger, more meaningful connections. See you in the next video.
Ten harsh truths about life men learn too late. 1. The value of time. Time is the one resource we can never get back. Yet, it's often wasted on trivial pursuits or delayed goals. Many men realize too late that they should have prioritized their time more effectively. Time spent on unimportant tasks, procrastination, or being idle can't be reclaimed. This realization often hits hard when looking back and seeing missed opportunities and unfulfilled dreams. Consider the story of John, a corporate executive who spent his prime years climbing the corporate ladder, working long hours and sacrificing personal time. It wasn't until he reached retirement that he realized he had missed out on family gatherings, his children's milestones, and nurturing friendships. This common scenario underscores the need to prioritize time. To avoid this, men should learn to prioritize meaningful activities. This means focusing on what truly matters, be it family, career, or personal growth. Effective time management is crucial. Simple techniques like setting goals, creating schedules, and avoiding distractions can make a significant difference. Tools such as time blocking, prioritizing tasks using the Eisenhower matrix, and regularly reflecting on how time is spent can help in making the most of every moment. Remember, every minute counts. 2. Health is wealth. In youth, many men take their health for granted, indulging in unhealthy habits like poor diet, lack of exercise, and insufficient sleep. It's often only later in life, when health issues arise, that the true value of health becomes apparent. Poor health choices made early on can lead to chronic conditions and a decreased quality of life. Consider the case of Mark, who ignored his health while focusing on building his business. He ate poorly, slept little, and rarely exercised. By his 40s, he faced serious health issues like hypertension and diabetes, which could have been prevented with better habits. This example highlights the long-term impact of neglecting health. Maintaining physical health through regular exercise, a balanced diet, and adequate rest is essential. Simple steps, such as incorporating a daily exercise routine, choosing nutritious foods, and ensuring 7 to 8 hours of sleep, can make a significant difference. Equally important is mental health, which includes managing stress, seeking support when needed, and maintaining a positive outlook. Practices like mindfulness, meditation, and connecting with others can bolster mental well-being. The investment in health pays off with increased longevity and a more active, fulfilling life. 3. Relationships over riches. In the pursuit of success and wealth, relationships often take a back seat. Many men realize too late that relationships with family, friends, and loved ones are far more valuable than any material wealth. Money can buy comfort, but not the deep, meaningful connections that provide true happiness and support. Take the story of Tom, who worked tirelessly to provide a luxurious lifestyle for his family, but found himself estranged from them due to his constant absence. It wasn't until a personal crisis hit that he realized his family, not his wealth, was his true support system. This realization came too late to mend some of the lost connections. Invest in time in building and nurturing relationships is crucial. This means spending quality time with loved ones, being present in the moment and showing appreciation and love. Simple gestures, like regular family dinners, participating in activities together, and expressing gratitude can strengthen bonds. A strong support network can provide emotional stability and joy, far outweighing any financial gains. Studies consistently show that strong social connections improve overall well-being and longevity. 4. Career is not your identity. Men often define themselves by their careers, equating job success with personal worth. This can lead to an identity crisis, especially if career goals aren't met or if they face job loss. It's important to recognize that a career is just one aspect of life and does not define a person's entire identity. Consider the example of Alex, a successful lawyer who faced an identity crisis when he lost his job due to company downsizing. His sense of self-worth plummeted because he had tied his identity entirely to his career. It was only through exploring hobbies and other interests that he rediscovered his self-worth and built a more balanced life. Balancing work with personal life is key. Pursuing hobbies, interests, and passions outside of work can provide fulfillment and a sense of self-worth. Engaging in activities like sports, arts, volunteering, or learning new skills can enrich life beyond the professional sphere. Understanding that personal value comes from within and not from professional achievements can lead to a more balanced and contented life. Diversifying one's identity by embracing various roles, such as being a parent, friend, or community member, can provide a more resilient sense of self. 5. Failure is part of success. Failure is often seen as a negative, but it's an inevitable part of the journey to success. Many successful men have faced numerous failures before achieving their goals. Understanding that failure is a stepping stone rather than a stumbling block can change one's perspective on setbacks. Consider the story of Steve Jobs, who was famously fired from Apple, the company he co-founded. Instead of being defeated, he used the experience to fuel his creativity, leading to the founding of Next and Pixar, and eventually returning to Apple to lead it to unprecedented success. His story exemplifies how failure can be a catalyst for greater achievements. Learning from mistakes, being resilient, and persisting despite failures are essential qualities. Resilience can be built through a growth mindset where challenges are seen as opportunities to learn and improve. Famous examples like Thomas Edison, who failed countless times before inventing the light bulb, demonstrate that persistence pays off. Embracing failure as a learning opportunity can lead to greater success in the long run. Analyzing failures, seeking feedback, and continuously improving are key strategies for turning setbacks into stepping stones. 6. You can't please everyone. Trying to please everyone is a futile effort that can lead to stress and dissatisfaction. It's impossible to meet everyone's expectations, and attempting to do so often means compromising one's own needs and values. Many men learn too late the importance of setting boundaries and prioritizing their own well-being. Consider the case of David, who always tried to meet everyone's expectations at work and in his personal life. This led to burnout and a loss of his sense of self. It wasn't until he learned to set boundaries and prioritize his own needs that he found true satisfaction and balance. Personal satisfaction and happiness should be the primary goals. This means making decisions based on one's own values and desires rather than seeking external approval. Learning to say no, understanding one's limits, and prioritizing self-care are essential skills. Dealing with criticism and standing up for oneself are necessary skills for maintaining integrity and personal fulfillment. Building assertiveness can help in communicating needs and setting boundaries effectively. 7. The importance of financial literacy. Financial literacy is often overlooked until financial problems arise. Understanding how to manage money, invest wisely, and plan for the future is crucial for financial stability and freedom. Many men realize too late the importance of budgeting, avoiding debt, and saving for retirement. Take the story of Jim, who lived paycheck to paycheck despite earning a good salary. It wasn't until he faced a financial crisis that he learned the importance of financial literacy. By then, he had accrued significant debt and had no savings, making recovery difficult. Basic financial literacy includes creating and sticking to a budget, understanding investment options, and knowing the risks and benefits of different financial products. Financial education can start with simple steps like tracking expenses, understanding interest rates, and building an emergency fund. Avoiding high-interest debt and planning for long-term financial goals can prevent financial crises and ensure a secure future. Resources like financial advisors, online courses, and financial literacy programs can provide valuable knowledge and tools for managing finances effectively. Order to this 8. Change is inevitable. Life is constantly changing, and the ability to adapt is crucial. Many men resist change, preferring the comfort of familiarity. However, change is inevitable and often brings new opportunities. Embracing change and being flexible can lead to personal and professional growth. Consider the example of Rob, who resisted adopting new technologies in his job. As the industry evolved, he found himself struggling to keep up, eventually leading to job loss. It was only when he embraced continuous learning and adaptation that he was able to find a new, fulfilling career path. Viewing challenges as opportunities rather than obstacles can make a significant difference. Developing adaptability skills and maintaining a positive attitude towards change can help navigate life's uncertainties more effectively. Strategies for embracing change include continuous learning, staying open to new experiences, and practicing flexibility in thinking and actions. Building a mindset that welcomes change can turn potential disruptions into opportunities for growth and innovation. 9. Happiness comes from within. True happiness is not dependent on external circumstances, but comes from within. Many men spend their lives chasing external achievements and possessions, believing they will bring happiness. It's often realized too late that inner peace and contentment are the true sources of happiness. Consider the story of Mike, who spent years amassing wealth and accolades, only to find himself feeling empty and unfulfilled. It was through introspection and personal growth that he discovered true happiness came from within, not from his external successes. Self-awareness and mindfulness are key to achieving inner happiness. Practices such as meditation, journaling, and self-reflection can help in understanding one's own needs, desires, and emotions. Cultivating a positive mindset, practicing gratitude, and focusing on personal growth can lead to lasting contentment. Pursuing activities that bring joy and fulfillment, rather than those that merely impress others, is essential for true happiness. Building strong, internal foundations of self-worth and contentment can withstand external changes and challenges. 10. Legacy matters. In the grand scheme of life, the legacy one leaves behind is what truly matters. Many men realize too late that their actions and contributions have a lasting impact on others. Thinking about the legacy one wants to leave can guide life choices and actions. Consider the example of Sam, who spent most of his life focused on personal gain. It wasn't until he faced a major health scare that he began to think about his legacy. He started volunteering, mentoring younger colleagues, and focusing on making a positive impact realizing that these contributions brought him more fulfillment than any personal achievements. Making positive contributions to society, helping others, and living a meaningful life can create a lasting legacy. Reflecting on the impact of one's actions and striving to make a difference can lead to a more fulfilling and purposeful life. Legacy-building activities can include volunteering, mentoring, creating or supporting charitable initiatives, and making a positive impact in everyday interactions. Thinking long-term and focusing on the greater good can guide actions towards making a meaningful and lasting contribution to the world. Conclusion: these harsh truths often come with age and experience. Recognizing them early can lead to more informed and meaningful choices. Prioritizing time, health, relationships, and personal fulfillment over material gains and external validation can lead to a more balanced and contented life. Embracing failure, change, and financial literacy, while understanding that true happiness comes from within, can help navigate life's challenges more effectively. Ultimately, thinking about the legacy one leaves behind can guide actions towards making a positive impact.
Here are 10 shocking signs. Your partner is cheating on you and how to deal with this problem. Trust is the cornerstone of any relationship, a foundation upon which love and companionship are built. When that foundation begins to feel shaky, it can leave you questioning not just your partner's actions, but also your own perceptions. Infidelity, though painful to consider, is a reality that many face in their relationships. Recognizing its warning signs is not about paranoia or mistrust, but about understanding the dynamics of your connection with your partner. This article isn't meant to incite fear or cast doubt unnecessarily. Its purpose is to empower you with knowledge and awareness. By understanding the signs of potential infidelity, you can approach your relationship with clarity, courage, and, most importantly, fairness. Each sign presented here is not definitive evidence of betrayal, but rather a signal to examine your partnership more closely. Often, these signs are rooted in broader relational issues that can be addressed with open communication and mutual effort. However, it is critical to approach these signs with a balanced mind. Jumping to conclusions without context or evidence can harm the trust you're trying to preserve. This is where wisdom and self-control come into play, traits Stoicism teaches us to cultivate. Before acting, reflect. Before accusing, seek understanding. And above all, recognize that your happiness and self-worth are not defined by the actions of another. Let this exploration be a guide for those seeking clarity and growth. Whether your suspicions are confirmed or proven unfounded, the process will help you better understand yourself, your values, and your needs. Relationships, at their best, are built on honesty and mutual respect. Let us now explore the signs that may signal trouble, not as a means to fear the worst, but as a step toward fostering greater understanding and trust in your relationship. 1. Sudden changes in behavior or routine. When someone starts acting differently without a clear reason, it can signal that something significant is happening beneath the surface. A partner who was once predictable in their daily habits may suddenly develop erratic routines or unexplained commitments. While change is natural, abrupt shifts that lack transparency can be a cause for closer attention. Imagine a scenario where your partner, who rarely worked late, suddenly has urgent projects keeping them at the office well into the evening. When you ask about their schedule, the answers are vague or dismissive. Perhaps they've taken up a new hobby or activity they never expressed interest in before, but are unwilling to share details or involve you in it. Such changes can stem from many things: stress, personal growth, or even a desire for independence. However, if these behaviors are accompanied by secrecy or defensiveness, they might indicate that your partner is redirecting time and energy away from the relationship. The key here is to observe, not accuse. Note the frequency and patterns of these changes. Are they consistent and reasonable, or do they feel like excuses? Avoid jumping to conclusions. Instead, seek opportunities for honest dialogue. Ask open-ended questions such as, "I've noticed some changes in your schedule. How are things going for you?" This invites a response without confrontation. In relationships, change can either strengthen bonds or create distance. By remaining calm and attentive, you can better understand whether these shifts are part of your partner's personal journey or signs of a deeper issue. Always remember, clarity comes from observation, communication, and above all, maintaining your inner composure. 2. Increased secrecy with phone or devices. In today's connected world, our devices are extensions of our lives. A sudden increase in secrecy around a phone, laptop, or tablet can raise questions. This could include password changes, keeping their screen out of view, or stepping out of the room to take calls. For instance, your partner might start placing their phone face down on the table or become anxious when you're near it. They may lock their device when it was previously accessible or grow defensive when you casually ask about who they're texting. While privacy is important in any relationship, excessive secrecy can signal that something is amiss. It's worth considering whether the behavior is consistent with their usual habits or a noticeable departure. Are they avoiding conversations when their phone rings or quickly dismissing notifications when you're nearby? Before assuming the worst, reflect on the context. Could they be planning a surprise or dealing with personal matters they're not ready to share? Instead of prying, open a dialogue. "I've noticed you've been more protective of your phone lately. Is there something on your mind?" This approach shows concern rather than suspicion. It's important to respect boundaries while ensuring that secrecy isn't eroding trust. A healthy relationship thrives on transparency, even when privacy is maintained. Remember, your goal isn't to control their behavior, but to foster openness and understanding. 3. Emotional distance or lack of interest. Emotional intimacy is the glue that holds relationships together. When your partner begins to withdraw emotionally, it's often a sign that something deeper is going on. This withdrawal can manifest as disinterest in shared activities, a lack of engagement in conversations, or a noticeable absence of empathy and connection. For example, imagine your partner no longer asks about your day, seems distracted during conversations, or avoids discussing future plans. If you share exciting news and are met with indifference or disinterest, it can feel isolating. This emotional gap may leave you questioning what has changed and why. While emotional distance doesn't always indicate infidelity, it does suggest that the bond between you is under strain. Approach this shift with curiosity rather than accusation. You might say, "I've been feeling a little disconnected lately. How do you feel about where we're at?" Such questions can open the door to honest dialogue and potentially address underlying issues. Stoicism teaches us to focus on what we can control, our reactions and responses. Use this moment to reflect on your relationship's dynamics and how you can contribute to rebuilding emotional closeness, regardless of the cause. 4. Suspicious financial transactions or unexplained expenses. Money often tells a story, and in some cases, it can reveal hidden aspects of a relationship. If your partner begins spending money in unusual ways or has unexplained transactions, it's worth taking note. Signs include new purchases you weren't informed about, increased ATM withdrawals, or strange charges on credit card statements. For example, you might notice charges for gifts you didn't receive, hotel stays, or unexplained travel expenses. Perhaps your partner has less disposable income than usual, yet their explanations don't quite add up, While financial habits can change for many reasons, secrecy or vagueness around money is a potential red flag. Before jumping to conclusions, consider the full picture. Are they under financial stress they haven't shared, or could there be a legitimate reason for these expenses? A calm, non-accusatory approach is key. I noticed some new expenses on the statement and wanted to check in. Everything okay? This shows concern rather than blame. Financial transparency is a cornerstone of trust in any partnership. Addressing these concerns directly but calmly can clarify misunderstandings or highlight areas that need attention. As a Stoic, focus on managing your thoughts and reactions while working toward clarity and truth. 5. Frequent arguments or picking fights. Unnecessarily. Conflict is natural in any relationship, but when arguments become frequent, petty, or seem to arise without clear cause, it could be a sign of underlying issues. A partner who starts picking fights over trivial matters might be using conflict as a way to create emotional distance or justify spending time apart. For example, a small mistake like forgetting to pick up groceries turns into a full-blown argument, or they might criticize you for behaviors they previously accepted. This sudden irritability or hypersensitivity often feels out of place and disproportionate. While arguments are not definitive proof of infidelity, they can indicate that something is disrupting the emotional equilibrium of your relationship. Instead of engaging in reactive behavior, take a step back and evaluate the patterns. Ask yourself, has this behavior become a norm? Is it paired with other concerning signs? When addressing these conflicts, try a calm and reflective approach. I've noticed we've been arguing more lately. Is there something we need to talk about? Such conversations can diffuse tension and invite honest dialogue. The Stoic perspective reminds us that we cannot control others' actions, only our response. Stay grounded, observe without judgment, and focus on maintaining your inner peace even amidst emotional turbulence. 6. Change in appearance or personal grooming habits. A sudden and significant change in your partner's appearance or grooming habits can be a sign that they're seeking external validation. While self-improvement is natural and commendable, unexplained efforts to look more attractive, combined with other suspicious behaviors, might warrant attention. Imagine your partner suddenly starts dressing more stylishly, using new cologne, or spending extra time at the gym. These changes could stem from a desire to impress someone new, especially if they don't involve you or your input. It's essential to consider the context. Are these changes tied to a new job, social circle, or personal goals? If so, they might be entirely innocent. However, if they're accompanied by increased secrecy or emotional distance, it could be a red flag. Address your observations with curiosity, not accusation. You've been putting a lot of effort into your appearance lately. It's great. What's inspired the change? This opens the door for an honest response while showing support for their efforts. As a Stoic, avoid jumping to conclusions or letting assumptions cloud your judgment. Focus on facts and approach the situation with grace and patience. Self-improvement can strengthen relationships when it's shared, so use this opportunity to reconnect. 7. Mysterious new friendships or acquaintances. A partner frequently mentioning or spending time with a new friend, especially one you haven't met, can raise questions. If they're vague about this person or seem reluctant to introduce you, it might indicate they're hiding something. For instance, your partner might reference a new co-worker or friend in casual conversation, but deflect when you ask more about them. They may claim these interactions are purely professional or platonic, but avoid sharing details or involving you in their plans. While new friendships are normal and healthy, secrecy around them isn't. A partner who values transparency will naturally include you in their social life. If you feel excluded or left in the dark, it's worth gently probing. You've mentioned person's name a few times. When do I get to meet them? The Stoic approach emphasizes reason over emotion. Resist letting jealousy or insecurity take over. Instead, focus on observing patterns and maintaining open communication. Trust is built on clarity, and seeking mutual understanding can either strengthen your relationship or highlight areas that need attention. 8. Unexplained absences or vague explanations. When a partner frequently disappears or offers vague explanations for their whereabouts, it can signal a shift in priorities. While everyone deserves personal time, a lack of clarity or consistency about how that time is spent may indicate something more concerning. For example, they might claim they're running errands, but return hours later with no clear outcome. Or they might attend social events or outings, but avoid sharing details or photos, leaving you wondering what really happened. It's important to differentiate between occasional absences and a pattern of avoidance. Ask yourself, have they started cancelling plans with you? Are they spending less time at home without reasonable explanations? Instead of reacting with suspicion, approach the situation calmly. You've seemed really busy lately. What's been going on? This gives them a chance to explain without feeling accused. If the response remains vague or defensive, it's worth noting and observing over time. A Stoic mindset reminds us to focus on what's within our control, our actions, our thoughts, and our choices. Don't let the anxiety of the unknown consume you. Seek clarity, but remain composed, using this opportunity to reflect on your expectations and the relationship's transparency. 9. Decrease in intimacy or physical connection. Physical intimacy is a crucial part of many relationships, and a noticeable decline in affection or physical connection can signal emotional or relational challenges. While it's normal for intimacy to fluctuate, a sudden or unexplained decrease may be worth exploring. Imagine your partner starts avoiding touch, cuddling, or sex, often citing tiredness or stress. If this behavior is paired with other signs of detachment, it could indicate they're emotionally or physically investing elsewhere. However, it's essential to consider other factors that might be affecting them, such as work pressure, health issues, or personal struggles. Avoid making assumptions without first seeking understanding. Approach the topic with sensitivity. I've noticed we haven't been as close lately. Is everything okay? I'd love to reconnect. This opens the door for honest dialogue and helps identify whether the issue stems from external stress or the relationship itself. Stoicism teaches us to temper our emotions and focus on constructive action. Instead of dwelling on what's lacking, look for ways to rebuild intimacy through communication, shared experiences, and patience. A relationship thrives when both partners work together to nurture its emotional and physical bonds. 10. Intuition or gut feeling. Indicating something is wrong. Sometimes our instincts sense trouble before we have tangible proof. A persistent gut feeling that something isn't right in your relationship can be unsettling, especially when it's difficult to pinpoint why. For instance, you might notice subtle changes in their tone, a lack of enthusiasm in their interactions, or an unspoken tension when you're together. These feelings may not come with concrete evidence, but they're often your subconscious picking up on inconsistencies. While intuition is valuable, it's important to approach it with balance and reason. Instead of letting it fuel paranoia, use it as a cue to observe patterns and ask thoughtful questions. Reflect on whether this feeling stems from real changes in the relationship or personal fears and insecurities. Start a calm conversation. I've been feeling a little uneasy lately. How do you think we're doing? This allows for open dialogue and gives them a chance to address any concerns. A Stoic perspective encourages us to trust our reason over unchecked emotions. Let your intuition guide you toward clarity, not confrontation. By seeking understanding and focusing on constructive action, You can either confirm your concerns or find peace in knowing your doubts were unfounded. Solutions and how to approach the situation. Recognizing potential signs of infidelity can be distressing, but how you respond makes all the difference. The goal is not to let suspicion consume you, but to navigate the situation with clarity, wisdom, and emotional strength. Here are some constructive approaches. 1. Open and honest communication. The cornerstone of resolving any relationship issue is clear and respectful communication. Once you've observed consistent patterns that concern you, address them calmly. Avoid accusations or emotional outbursts, as these can escalate the situation. Instead, frame your observations neutrally. I've noticed some changes in our relationship lately, and I wanted to talk about it because I care about us. This approach invites dialogue rather than defensiveness. Your tone and intent should signal your desire to understand and work together, not to blame. 2. Observe patterns over time. One moment of secrecy or change in behavior doesn't equate to betrayal. Look for consistent behaviors rather than isolated incidents. Keep a mental or written log of what you observe, focusing on facts rather than assumptions. This helps you remain objective and prevents impulsive reactions. Patience is a virtue. Let time reveal the truth. Trust your ability to remain composed as you gather clarity. 3. Seek advice from trusted sources. Sometimes an outside perspective can help. Share your concerns with a trusted friend, family member, or counselor. Ensure this person can provide balanced, non-judgmental advice. If your emotions feel overwhelming, a therapist or relationship coach can help you navigate them constructively. However, maintain discretion to protect your partner's privacy and avoid spreading unverified concerns. 4. Focus on self-care and personal clarity. Dealing with uncertainty in a relationship can be emotionally draining. Take steps to prioritize your well-being. Journaling. Write down your thoughts and emotions to gain perspective. Self-reflection. Assess your role in the relationship and whether your needs are being met. Therapy or counseling. Professional guidance can help you untangle your feelings and make sound decisions. The Stoic way teaches us to control what we can, our mindset and actions, while accepting what we cannot. Self-care is essential to maintain clarity and composure. By focusing on communication, patience, and self-awareness, you can address your concerns thoughtfully and respectfully. Whether your fears are validated or not, these steps will help you grow stronger, wiser, and more in tune with yourself and your relationship. Recognizing signs of infidelity is a challenging journey, but it doesn't have to lead to despair. Relationships are built on trust, and addressing concerns openly can either reinforce that trust or bring clarity to what needs change. Avoid assumptions or rash actions. Instead, approach the situation with patience and wisdom. Focus on communication, observe behaviors over time, and prioritize your emotional health. Whether you move forward together or separately, this process will help you grow and develop deeper self-awareness. In the end, remember this truth: your worth is not defined by someone else's actions. By embracing clarity and resilience, you can navigate any challenge with grace and strength, paving the way for healthier and more fulfilling relationships. If you found this content insightful, don't forget to like this video, subscribe to our channel for more wisdom on navigating life and relationships, and share your thoughts or takeaways in the comments below. Have you noticed any of these signs before? How did you approach the situation? Your experiences could provide valuable perspectives for others. Thank you for watching, and remember, the path to clarity begins with understanding yourself and the connections you choose to nurture.
Here are 10 ways to stop people from disrespecting you and take control of how you're treated starting today. Ever felt the sting of someone cutting you off mid-sentence or dismissing your opinions like they don't matter? It's frustrating, isn't it? But here's the truth. People will treat you how you allow them to treat you. In the next few minutes, you'll learn the exact strategies to stop disrespect in its tracks and earn the respect you deserve in every area of your life. Here's where it gets interesting. Most people think respect comes naturally or that you have to demand it aggressively. That's a mistake. The real secret? It starts with subtle shifts in how you communicate, how you set boundaries, and even how you carry yourself. One of these tips is so simple yet so powerful that it can transform how people treat you today. But before we dive in, here's what you need to know. These aren't just random ideas. They're proven strategies that work in real life, even for the toughest relationships and situations. If you've been tolerating disrespect for too long or feeling unsure how to address it without creating conflict, this video will show you exactly what to do. Stick with me to the end, and you'll not only have the tools to stop disrespect, but also to command respect naturally. No shouting, no drama, just quiet, undeniable power. Let's dive in. 1. Set clear boundaries. If you don't define your boundaries, someone else will define them for you, and they'll likely put themselves first. Imagine this. You're hosting a party at your house, and a guest starts rummaging through your fridge without asking. Most people would feel uncomfortable, but they wouldn't say anything, thinking, I don't want to make it awkward. But here's the truth. By staying silent, you've silently allowed that behavior. This applies to every area of life. Your time, energy, emotions, and even your dignity. Jordan Peterson would remind us that chaos thrives in the absence of order. Alan Watts might say, it's your failure to set boundaries that invites disrespect because you haven't honored yourself first. Tony Robbins would passionately shout, raise your standards, and they're all right. Think about a time someone ignored your wishes or overstepped your comfort zone. Did you brush it off? Why? Because confrontation felt worse than enduring the disrespect? That's a lie we tell ourselves to avoid temporary discomfort, but it causes lasting damage. Setting boundaries is not about being rude or domineering. It's about clarity. When you respect yourself enough to say, this is what I will not tolerate, you signal to others how to treat you. Be polite, but firm. You can say, I appreciate your enthusiasm, but this is my space. Or, I'm happy to help, but I need a heads up next time. Boundaries are your invisible armor, and every time you enforce them, you strengthen them. People might test you at first, but over time they'll recognize that crossing those lines has consequences. It's not selfish to protect your dignity. It's the foundation of mutual respect. And if you don't build that foundation, no one will build it for you. 2. Respect yourself. First. Respect is a mirror. How you see yourself is often how others will see you. Think about it. Would you take advice on fitness from someone who doesn't even work out? Or financial wisdom from someone drowning in debt? The same principle applies to respect. If you don't show yourself respect, why should anyone else? Imagine this. You're running late, and instead of eating something nutritious, you grab a bag of chips. You skip your morning routine because you feel overwhelmed. By the time you face the world, you're frazzled and off balance. This might seem like a small thing, but every neglected action sends a subtle message to your subconscious. I don't value myself enough to prioritize my needs. When you don't value yourself, others pick up on that energy. To earn respect, you must first embody it. This means keeping your promises to yourself, whether it's showing up to the gym, committing to self-care, or even speaking kindly to yourself when you make mistakes. Respect begins in the little decisions, standing tall, looking people in the eye, and speaking with conviction. When you respect yourself, you exude an unspoken confidence that others can't ignore. It's not arrogance, it's self-assurance. You're saying to the world, "I'm worth treating well." This doesn't just change how people treat you, it changes how you handle challenges. You're less likely to accept mistreatment because you know your worth. So, the next time someone interrupts you or dismisses your opinions, ask yourself, have I shown myself enough respect to demand better? It starts with you. When you carry yourself like someone who matters, people can't help but notice, and they'll follow your lead. Respect is contagious, but it has to begin within. 3. Be assertive, not aggressive. There's a fine line between standing up for yourself and bulldozing over others. Assertiveness is the art of speaking your truth with confidence and clarity without resorting to aggression. It's about saying, "I matter, and so do you." But here's the catch. Most people confuse assertiveness with confrontation, and that fear keeps them silent. Picture this. You're in a meeting, and a colleague cuts you off mid-sentence. Your heart races, and you freeze. You think, if I push back, they'll think I'm rude. So you let it slide. But later you replay the moment over and over, frustrated not just with them, but with yourself. The truth is, assertiveness doesn't have to create conflict. Instead of snapping back with, "Can you stop interrupting me?" you could calmly say, "I'd like to finish my point, then I'm happy to hear your thoughts." Notice the difference? The first response fuels tension, the second diffuses it, while firmly reclaiming your space. Being assertive is about communicating with calm authority. Use I statements to express how you feel without blaming others. For example, "I feel undervalued when my ideas are overlooked," instead of, "You never listen to me." This approach keeps the conversation productive and keeps you in control of your emotions. Remember, assertiveness isn't just about defending yourself. It's about teaching others how to interact with you. When you address disrespect directly and calmly, you're setting a precedent. I won't accept less than respect, but I'll handle it with grace. Practice this skill daily, even in small ways. Say no to commitments you can't handle. Speak up when someone crosses a line. Assertiveness is like a muscle. The more you use it, the stronger it becomes, and the less likely anyone will dare to disrespect you. 4. Don't tolerate disrespect. Respect is not just given, it's maintained through consistent reinforcement of your boundaries. Every time you overlook disrespect, you unintentionally signal that such behavior is acceptable. Think back to moments when someone made a snide remark or belittled your efforts, and you chose to laugh it off or stay silent. Maybe you thought, "It's not worth the fuss." But each instance accumulates, eroding your self-worth and inviting more of the same treatment. Imagine you're a gatekeeper of a castle. If you allow trespassers to enter unchallenged, soon the castle becomes overrun and its value diminishes. Your personal boundaries are much like that castle. By not addressing disrespect, you're leaving the gates wide open. It's essential to address issues as they arise, not with hostility, but with firm clarity. Confrontation doesn't have to be a battle, it can be a dialogue. The next time someone crosses a line, address it promptly. You might say, "I didn't appreciate that comment. Let's keep our interactions respectful." This approach is direct, yet maintains the dignity of both parties. It prevents resentment from building up and promotes healthier communication. Remember, people often test limits, sometimes unconsciously. By standing up the first time disrespect occurs, you set a clear standard. You're teaching others how to treat you. This doesn't just apply to blatant disrespect, but also to subtle behaviors, interruptions, disregard for your time, or dismissive attitudes. It's also crucial to reflect on why you might tolerate disrespect. Are you afraid of conflict? Do you worry about losing relationships? Understand that any relationship requiring you to endure disrespect is not a relationship worth keeping. Prioritizing your self-respect may mean making tough choices about who you allow in your life. Ultimately, refusing to tolerate disrespect is an act of self-love. It's declaring to the world and to yourself that you deserve to be treated with dignity. By holding firm to this standard, you not only uplift yourself, but also encourage others to rise to the occasion. 5. Choose your company wisely. You are the average of the people you spend the most time with, and that includes how much respect you receive. If you're constantly surrounded by people who belittle you, dismiss your ideas, or undermine your confidence, it's time to reevaluate your circle. Think about it. Would you let someone plant weeds in your garden and expect the flowers to thrive? The same goes for your personal relationships. Take a moment to reflect on your interactions. Are there people in your life who make you feel small, unheard, or unimportant? Maybe it's the friend who always interrupts your stories, the coworker who takes credit for your ideas, or even a family member who never acknowledges your efforts. Their behavior isn't just a reflection of them, it's also a reflection of what you've been willing to accept. Surrounding yourself with the right people can transform the way you experience respect. Seek out individuals who uplift you, challenge you constructively, and value your presence. These are the people who will celebrate your wins, stand by you in tough times, and never take advantage of your kindness. This isn't about cutting people off recklessly. It's about making intentional choices. If someone consistently disrespects you, despite your efforts to address it, it might be time to step back or limit your interactions. Protecting your energy isn't selfish. It's necessary. Start small. Spend more time with those who treat you well and less time with those who don't. Build new connections with people who align with your values and appreciate your worth. Over time, you'll notice a shift. When you're surrounded by respect, you'll naturally demand it from everyone else. Choosing your company wisely isn't just about relationships. It's about creating an environment where you can thrive and where respect becomes the standard, not the exception. 6. Improve your communication skills. Respect isn't just about what you expect from others. It's also about how you express yourself. Clear, confident communication is a powerful tool that can either command respect or invite disregard. Think of communication like a bridge. If it's poorly constructed, it collapses under pressure, leaving misunderstanding and disrespect in its wake. But when it's strong and intentional, it connects people with clarity and mutual respect. Picture this. You're in a conversation and someone interrupts you. You feel the frustration rise, but instead of addressing it, you trail off, letting them dominate. Later, you regret not standing your ground. This happens because we're often unprepared to navigate these moments. Strong communication skills change that. Start by speaking with confidence. Confidence doesn't mean shouting or demanding attention. It's about delivering your words with clarity and conviction, Avoid filler words like or maybe, which can undermine your message. For example, instead of saying, "I guess I'd like to share something," say, "I have a point I'd like to make." Simple shifts like this can dramatically alter how others perceive you. Active listening is equally important. When you truly listen, you show respect to others, and they're more likely to reciprocate. Maintain eye contact, nod to show engagement, and respond thoughtfully. This creates a foundation of mutual respect that makes it easier to demand the same. Finally, learn to manage your tone. A calm, steady voice conveys authority and self-assurance. Even when addressing disrespect, avoid raising your voice or sounding defensive. Instead, use assertive but respectful language like, "I'd appreciate it if we could keep this discussion constructive." Mastering communication takes practice, but it's one of the most effective ways to stop people from disrespecting you. When you articulate your thoughts with clarity, confidence, and respect, you'll naturally earn the same in return. 7. Lead by example. Respect is a two-way street, and the best way to teach others how to treat you is to model that behavior yourself. Think of it this way. If you want to be respected, you must first show respect, not just to others, but also in how you carry yourself and interact with the world. People take their cues from you, and your actions set the tone for the relationships around you. Imagine you're at work, and a heated discussion unfolds. Instead of jumping in with accusations or letting frustration dictate your tone, you take a breath, listen actively, and respond thoughtfully. By maintaining composure and respecting everyone involved, you subtly communicate, "This is how I expect to be treated too." When you lead with respect, you're teaching others that you value yourself and those around you. This could mean being punctual to meetings, showing gratitude, or acknowledging others' contributions. These small, consistent acts reinforce the idea that you hold respect as a non-negotiable standard. But here's the twist. Leading by example doesn't mean being a pushover. You can be kind without being weak, respectful without tolerating disrespect. If someone crosses a boundary, address it calmly but firmly. For instance, say, "I appreciate your feedback, but the tone feels dismissive. Let's keep this constructive." By doing so, you demonstrate respect for the conversation while holding others accountable. Respectful leadership inspires others to rise to your level. People are drawn to those who exude calm authority and fairness, and they're more likely to reflect those qualities back. When you embody the respect you expect, it creates a ripple effect. The result? A stronger foundation of mutual respect in every relationship and interaction. Lead by example, and watch how the world starts treating you differently. 8. Build confidence. Confidence is your shield against disrespect. When you truly believe in your worth, others sense it, and they're far less likely to challenge it. Think of someone you admire who carries themselves with unwavering confidence. They don't have to demand respect. It seems to flow to them naturally. Why? Because confidence radiates an unspoken message. I know who I am, and I won't settle for less. Now imagine yourself walking into a room where everyone's attention shifts to you, not because you're loud or flashy, but because of the way you carry yourself. Your posture is upright, your steps are deliberate, and your energy exudes self-assurance. That's the power of confidence. It's not about arrogance, it's about knowing your value and projecting it effortlessly. But here's the thing. Confidence isn't something you're born with. It's something you build. Start by keeping promises to yourself, no matter how small. If you say you'll wake up early, follow through. If you commit to learning a new skill, dedicate yourself to it. Each fulfilled promise strengthens your trust in yourself, and that trust is the foundation of confidence. Confidence also grows when you step outside your comfort zone. Every challenge you overcome reinforces the belief that you can handle more. Whether it's speaking up in a meeting, trying a new activity, or asserting yourself in a difficult conversation, these small victories add up. When you're confident, you won't tolerate disrespect because you know you deserve better. If someone challenges your value, you won't crumble, you'll stand firm. Confidence isn't loud, it's steady. It's not about proving others wrong, but about knowing deep down that you're right to demand respect. Build it piece by piece, and you'll find that disrespect doesn't just bounce off your shield, it stops showing up at all. 9. Stand up for yourself. There comes a moment when you need to draw the line, not with anger but with unwavering resolve. Standing up for yourself isn't about being combative, it's about showing others and yourself that you refuse to accept disrespect. The truth is, the way you respond in those crucial moments defines how people will treat you moving forward. Think about a time when someone spoke to you in a way that made you feel small or dismissed. Maybe you laughed it off or said nothing, thinking, it's not worth the trouble. But afterward, that moment lingered in your mind, replaying like a broken record. That frustration wasn't just about their words, it was about your silence. Standing up for yourself isn't easy, but it's essential. When someone crosses the line, address it directly and calmly. For instance, if a co-worker interrupts you, say, "I wasn't finished speaking. Please let me complete my thought." Or if someone makes a hurtful comment, respond with, "That's not an acceptable way to speak to me." These are simple, powerful phrases that communicate your boundaries without escalating the situation. The key is composure. When you respond calmly, you're in control. People are far less likely to argue with someone who is firm but poised. Overreacting can undermine your message, but steady, respectful confrontation sends a clear signal. I respect myself, and I expect the same from you. Each time you stand up for yourself, you strengthen your confidence and reinforce your boundaries. It's not just about stopping disrespect in the moment. It's about reshaping how people perceive you. Over time, others will learn that you're not someone to be taken lightly, and you'll feel the quiet power of knowing you've reclaimed your dignity. 10. Walk away when needed. Sometimes the most powerful statement you can make is to remove yourself from a situation or relationship where disrespect persists. Walking away doesn't mean you've given up. It means you've chosen yourself. It's a declaration that your peace, dignity, and self-worth are non-negotiable. Imagine this. You've repeatedly asked someone to respect your boundaries, but they ignore you every time. You've tried to address the issue calmly, stood up for yourself, and given them opportunities to change. Yet, the disrespect continues. At some point, you have to ask yourself, what am I holding on to, and at what cost? Walking away isn't always easy, especially if it's a close friend, a partner, or even a long-time colleague. There's an emotional attachment, a history that makes letting go feel painful. But staying in a toxic situation is like clinging to a rope that's burning your hands. The longer you hold on, the more damage it does. When you walk away, you're reclaiming your power. It's a reminder to yourself and to others that you will not tolerate being treated poorly. This doesn't always mean cutting someone out completely. It could mean taking a step back, creating distance, or limiting your interactions to maintain your emotional health. In the end, walking away is an act of self-respect. It's not about punishing the other person. It's about protecting your own well-being. People who truly value you will notice and may even adjust their behavior. And for those who don't, let them go. Life is too short to invest in relationships or situations that drain you. By walking away when needed, you open the door for healthier, more respectful connections to enter your life. Remember, choosing yourself is never the wrong choice. Respect starts with you, and today you've learned 10 powerful ways to stop people from disrespecting you and create the boundaries you deserve, whether it's setting clear limits, standing up for yourself, or walking away when necessary. Each strategy is a step toward building the respect and confidence that will transform your life. Now it's your turn. Which of these strategies resonated with you the most? Have you ever faced a situation where you had to demand respect? I'd love to hear your thoughts and takeaways. Share them in the comments below. Let's start a conversation that inspires everyone in our community to live with dignity and strength. If you found this video valuable, don't forget to hit the like button, subscribe to the channel for more life-changing advice, and share this video with someone who could use these tips today. Your support helps us continue creating content that empowers and uplifts. Thank you for watching, and remember, respect yourself and the world will follow. See you in the next video.
In the pursuit of personal growth, we often focus on adding new habits and skills, but eliminating elements that no longer serve us is equally important. This video explores 20 suggestions for things to quietly eliminate from your life to enable significant personal growth. These suggestions encompass various areas, from maintaining discretion in personal matters to shifting focus inward, promoting positivity, and embracing change. Throughout this video, we will delve into each suggestion, exploring their importance and offering practical strategies for implementation. We will examine how maintaining privacy, shifting focus inward, pursuing authentic growth, promoting positivity, and embracing change can lead to a more purposeful and fulfilling life. The journey of personal growth is ongoing and requires continuous self-reflection and improvement. By quietly eliminating what no longer serves us, we create space to pursue our highest potential and live an authentic life. In the following sections, we will explore each suggestion in greater depth, providing insights and practical advice for those embarking on their own journey of personal transformation. Maintaining discretion and privacy. 1. Don't feel the need to explain yourself to those who hurt you. One of the most liberating things you can do for your personal growth is to stop feeling the need to explain yourself to those who have hurt you. When we experience pain or mistreatment from others, it's natural to want to seek justification or closure. However, engaging in this pursuit can often lead to further frustration and emotional turmoil. The power of calm, dignified disengagement cannot be overstated. By choosing to move on without seeking explanations or apologies, you reclaim your energy and focus, redirecting it towards your own healing and growth. This doesn't mean that you ignore or suppress your feelings. Rather, it means processing them internally and with trusted support systems, rather than exposing yourself to further hurt. Learning to let go of the need for external validation or understanding is a crucial step in developing emotional resilience and self-assurance. It allows you to prioritize your own well-being and make decisions based on your values and goals, rather than being swayed by the opinions or actions of others. 2. Don't share intimate details about the end of friendships or relationships. In the age of social media and oversharing, it can be tempting to broadcast the details of our personal lives, especially when it comes to the end of significant friendships or relationships. However, maintaining privacy and discretion during these times is essential for our emotional well-being and personal growth. The value of private reflection and introspection cannot be underestimated. When we process the end of a relationship privately, we give ourselves the space to feel our emotions fully, without the added pressure of external opinions or judgments. This allows us to gain clarity, learn from the experience, and move forward with greater self-awareness and wisdom. Moreover, sharing intimate details about the end of a relationship can often lead to further complications and emotional entanglements. It can create a cycle of gossip, speculation, and take sides, which can be damaging to all parties involved. By choosing to keep these matters private, you demonstrate respect for yourself and others, and create a safe space for healing and growth. 3. Controlled displays of anger and frustration in front of others. Anger and frustration are natural human emotions, but when expressed in uncontrolled ways, they can have serious consequences for our personal and professional relationships. Learning to manage these emotions and control our displays of anger in front of others is a crucial aspect of personal growth and emotional intelligence. The impact of emotional outbursts on our relationships cannot be overstated. When we lash out at others or express our frustration in aggressive ways, we risk damaging trust, respect, and rapport. This can lead to a breakdown in communication, collaboration, and even opportunities for growth and advancement. Instead of allowing anger to control our actions, it's important to develop strategies for redirecting that emotional energy in more productive ways. This might involve taking a few deep breaths, stepping away from the situation to regain composure, or finding healthy outlets for expressing our feelings, such as exercise, journaling, or creative pursuits. By learning to control our displays of anger and frustration, we demonstrate emotional maturity, professionalism, and the ability to handle challenging situations with grace and diplomacy. This not only benefits our relationships, but also our own mental and emotional well-being. 4. Avoid sharing negative judgments about others. In our daily interactions, it can be all too easy to slip into the habit of sharing negative judgments about others. Whether it's gossiping about a coworker, criticizing a friend's choices, or making snide comments about a public figure, these negative judgments can have a detrimental impact on our personal growth and relationships. The importance of diplomacy and tact in social interactions cannot be overstated. When we express negative opinions about others, we risk creating an atmosphere of hostility, mistrust, and division. This can lead to damaged relationships, lost opportunities, and a general sense of negativity that permeates our lives. On the other hand, when we choose to rise above negativity and maintain a positive outlook, we create a more supportive and uplifting environment for ourselves and those around us. This doesn't mean that we ignore or condone bad behavior, but rather that we approach these situations with empathy, understanding, and a focus on finding solutions rather than placing blame. By avoiding the sharing of negative judgments, we also demonstrate integrity, compassion, and the ability to see beyond surface-level impressions. This can lead to deeper, more meaningful relationships, as well as greater opportunities for personal and professional growth. In summary, maintaining discretion and privacy in our personal lives, controlling displays of anger and frustration, and avoiding negative judgments about others are all crucial aspects of personal growth and emotional well-being. By implementing these suggestions, we create a foundation of trust, respect, and positivity that allows us to thrive in all areas of our lives. Be shifting focus inward. 5. Stop constantly comparing yourself to others. One of the most significant barriers to personal growth and self-acceptance is the habit of constantly comparing ourselves to others. In our modern society, where social media and advertising bombard us with idealized images of success, beauty, and happiness, it's easy to fall into the trap of measuring our worth against external standards. The dangers of comparison are well documented. When we focus on how we stack up against others, we often neglect our own unique strengths, talents, and values. This can lead to feelings of inadequacy, low self-esteem, and even depression. Moreover, comparing ourselves to others is often an unfair and unrealistic practice, as we rarely have a complete picture of someone else's life or struggles. To overcome this habit, it's crucial to shift our focus inward and prioritize our own journey and growth. This means setting goals and standards that are authentic to our own desires and values, rather than based on the expectations or achievements of others. It means celebrating our own progress and accomplishments, no matter how small, and practicing self-compassion when we face setbacks or challenges. By learning to focus on our own path, we cultivate a sense of intrinsic motivation and purpose. We become more attuned to our own needs, desires, and passions, and less swayed by external validation or approval. This, in turn, leads to greater self-awareness, resilience, and the ability to navigate life's challenges with confidence and grace. 6. Limit time on social media. In today's digital age, social media has become an integral part of our daily lives. While these platforms can provide valuable opportunities for connection, learning, and self-expression, excessive use can also have negative effects on our mental health and personal growth. One of the main dangers of social media is its tendency to promote unrealistic comparisons and idealized versions of reality. When we spend too much time scrolling through curated feeds of perfect bodies, lavish lifestyles, and seemingly effortless success, we can easily fall into the trap of feeling inadequate or dissatisfied with our own lives. Moreover, excessive social media use can lead to a host of other mental health concerns, such as anxiety, depression, and addiction. It can also interfere with our ability to be present and engaged in our real-life relationships and experiences, leading to a sense of disconnection and isolation. To mitigate these negative effects, it's important to develop strategies for using social media purposefully and mindfully. This might involve setting clear boundaries around when and how often we check our feeds, unfollowing accounts that consistently trigger negative emotions, and being intentional about the content we consume and share. By limiting our time on social media and using it in a way that supports our values and goals, we create space for more authentic self-expression, connection, and personal growth. We become less reliant on external validation and more attuned to our own inner wisdom and sense of purpose. 7. Let go of the constant pursuit of external approval. From a young age, many of us are conditioned to seek external approval and validation as a measure of our worth and success. Whether it's striving for good grades, seeking praise from our parents or teachers, or trying to fit in with our peers, the pursuit of external approval can become a driving force in our lives. While recognition and support from others can be valuable and affirming, an over-reliance on external validation can also be detrimental to our personal growth and well-being. When we constantly seek approval from others, we risk losing touch with our own authentic desires, values, and sense of self. We may make choices based on what we think will please others, rather than what truly aligns with our own goals and passions. Moreover, the constant pursuit of external approval can lead to a sense of insecurity and instability, as our self-worth becomes contingent on the opinions and reactions of others. This can create a vicious cycle of people-pleasing, self-doubt and fear of failure, which ultimately hinders our ability to grow and thrive. To break free from this pattern, it's essential to cultivate a strong sense of inner validation and self-acceptance. This means learning to trust our own instincts, values and decisions, even if they don't always align with the expectations or approval of others. It means practicing self-compassion and self-love, and recognizing that our worth is inherent and unconditional, not dependent on external achievements or accolades. By letting go of the constant pursuit of external approval, we create space for a more authentic and fulfilling life. We become more confident in our own choices and more resilient in the face of challenges or criticism. We learn to value our own growth and well-being above the opinions of others, and to trust in the unique path that aligns with our deepest desires and values. 8. Release unrealistic expectations of perfection for yourself and others. Perfectionism is a common trap that many of us fall into, often without realizing it. Whether it's striving for flawless performance at work, maintaining an immaculate home, or expecting ourselves and others to always say and do the right thing, the pursuit of perfection can be a heavy burden to bear. The dangers of perfectionism are well documented. When we set unrealistically high standards for ourselves and others, we create a breeding ground for stress, anxiety, and feelings of inadequacy. We may become paralyzed by the fear of making mistakes or falling short, leading to procrastination, avoidance, and missed opportunities for growth and learning. Moreover, perfectionism can strain our relationships and lead to a lack of empathy and understanding for others. When we expect perfection from those around us, we risk creating an atmosphere of judgment, criticism, and resentment, rather than one of support, collaboration, and growth. To overcome the pitfalls of perfectionism, it's important to reframe our expectations and focus on progress rather than perfection. This means setting achievable goals that challenge us to grow and improve, while also allowing room for mistakes, setbacks, and learning. It means celebrating our efforts and accomplishments, no matter how small, and practicing self-compassion when we inevitably fall short of our ideals. By releasing unrealistic expectations of perfection, we create a more nurturing and supportive environment for ourselves and others. We learn to embrace the beauty and growth that come from imperfection, and to approach challenges with curiosity, resilience, and a willingness to learn. We become more accepting of ourselves and others, and more attuned to the process of growth and development, rather than fixating on a narrow definition of success. In summary, shifting our focus inward by stopping constant comparisons, limiting social media use, letting go of the pursuit of external approval, and releasing unrealistic expectations of perfection are all crucial aspects of personal growth and well-being. By implementing these suggestions, we create a foundation of self-awareness, self-acceptance, and inner strength that allows us to navigate life's challenges with greater ease and fulfillment. See pursuing personal growth authentically. 9. Abandon unnecessary goals that don't align with your true path. In the pursuit of personal growth, it's easy to become sidetracked by goals and aspirations that don't truly align with our authentic selves. These may be goals that we've inherited from our families, society, or cultural expectations, rather than those that stem from our own deep desires and values. For example, someone may feel pressured to pursue a high-paying career in a field they don't genuinely enjoy, simply because it's what their parents or peers expect of them. Or someone may set a goal to achieve a certain body, type or lifestyle, based on images they see in the media rather than what feels healthy and authentic to them. The importance of identifying and pursuing our authentic passions cannot be overstated. When we set goals that are truly aligned with our values, strengths, and desires, we tap into a deep well of motivation, resilience, and fulfillment. We're more likely to persevere in the face of challenges and to find joy and meaning in the process of growth and achievement. To identify our authentic goals, it's important to cultivate a practice of self-reflection and introspection. This might involve journaling, meditation, or simply taking time to sit with ourselves and ask deep questions about what we truly want and value. It may also involve seeking out new experiences and perspectives that challenge our assumptions and broaden our horizons. As we gain clarity on our authentic path, it's equally important to proceed with discretion and avoid the influence of others' expectations. This means learning to trust our own instincts and judgments, even if they don't align with the conventional wisdom or advice of others. It means being willing to take risks, to chart our own course, and to let go of goals or pursuits that no longer serve our deepest desires and values. For instance, someone may decide to leave a lucrative but unfulfilling career to pursue a passion for teaching or social work, even if it means taking a pay cut or facing disapproval from family or friends. Or someone may choose to prioritize their mental health and well-being over achieving a certain level of success or status, recognizing that true fulfillment comes from within. By abandoning unnecessary goals and aligning ourselves with our authentic path, we create a foundation for deep, lasting personal growth. We become more resilient, adaptable, and capable of navigating life's challenges with grace and purpose. We find greater meaning, satisfaction, and joy in our pursuits, and inspire others to do the same. 10. Procrastination and avoidance. Procrastination and avoidance are common obstacles to personal growth and success. When we consistently put off important tasks, decisions, or conversations, we create a cycle of stress, guilt, and missed opportunities that can hold us back from reaching our full potential. The negative impact of procrastination can manifest in many areas of our lives. For example, a student who consistently procrastinates on studying or completing assignments may struggle to keep up with coursework, leading to lower grades and increased anxiety. An entrepreneur who avoids making important decisions or taking calculated risks may miss out on opportunities for growth and innovation. A couple who puts off having difficult conversations about their relationship may allow resentment and disconnection to fester, eroding the foundation of their partnership. To overcome procrastination and avoidance, it's important to develop strategies for recognizing and managing these tendencies. This might involve breaking down large tasks into smaller, more manageable steps, setting clear deadlines and accountability measures, or seeking support and encouragement from others. For instance, someone who struggles with procrastination on a large project at work might create a detailed timeline with specific milestones and check-ins, and enlist the help of a colleague or mentor to hold them accountable. Or someone who tends to avoid difficult conversations with loved ones might practice assertive communication techniques, such as using I statements and active listening, to build confidence and reduce anxiety around these interactions. It's also crucial to recognize that procrastination and avoidance often stem from deeper emotions, such as fear of failure, perfectionism, or low self-worth. By exploring and addressing these underlying issues, We can develop greater self-awareness and resilience in the face of challenges. For example, someone who procrastinates on pursuing a new career path out of fear of failure might work with a therapist or coach to build self-confidence and reframe their relationship with risk and uncertainty. Or someone who avoids setting boundaries with others out of a desire to please or avoid conflict might practice self-compassion and assertiveness, recognizing that their needs and well-being are valid and important. Ultimately, overcoming procrastination and avoidance requires a commitment to taking action, even in the face of discomfort or uncertainty. By developing strategies for managing these tendencies and building self-awareness and resilience, we create a foundation for lasting personal growth and success. 11. Unhealthy habits and self-sabotage. Unhealthy habits and self-sabotaging behaviors can be significant barriers to personal growth and well-being. These patterns can take many forms, such as poor sleep habits, unhealthy eating, negative self-talk, or engaging in activities that undermine our goals and values. For example, someone may turn to alcohol or drugs to cope with stress or anxiety, rather than developing healthy coping mechanisms such as exercise, meditation, or therapy. Or someone may repeatedly enter into toxic relationships or work environments, despite recognizing the negative impact on their mental and emotional well-being. The first step in overcoming unhealthy habits and self-sabotage is to identify the specific patterns and behaviors that are holding us back. This requires a willingness to be honest with ourselves, to look closely at our thoughts, emotions, and actions, and to recognize the ways in which we may be undermining our own growth and happiness. For instance, someone who struggles with negative self-talk might start by simply noticing the specific thoughts and beliefs that arise in challenging situations, such as, "I'm not good enough," or "I'll never be able to do this." By bringing awareness to these patterns, we create space for change and growth. The next step is to replace unhealthy habits with nourishing alternatives. This might involve developing a consistent sleep routine, finding healthy ways to manage stress and emotions, or seeking out supportive relationships and environments that align with our values and goals. For example, someone who tends to cope with anxiety by overeating might explore alternative coping strategies, such as deep breathing exercises, journaling, or talking with a trusted friend or therapist. Or someone who struggles with procrastination might experiment with time management techniques, such as the Pomodoro method or time blocking, to create structure and accountability in their daily routine. It's important to approach this process with compassion and patience, recognizing that changing deep-seated habits and patterns takes time and practice. It's also helpful to enlist the support of others, whether that's a therapist, coach, or trusted friend or family member, to provide encouragement, accountability, and guidance along the way. Ultimately, overcoming unhealthy habits and self-sabotage requires a commitment to self-awareness, self-care, and personal growth. By identifying the specific patterns that hold us back, replacing them with nourishing alternatives, and seeking out support and resources, we create a foundation for lasting change and transformation. 12. The need to always be right. The need to always be right is a common trap that can hinder personal growth and damage relationships. When we become overly attached to our own opinions, beliefs, and ways of doing things, we risk closing ourselves off to new perspectives, ideas, and opportunities for learning and connection. This pattern can manifest in many ways, such as arguing with others, even when it's not necessary or productive, refusing to admit when we're wrong or have made a mistake, or dismissing or invalidating the experiences and viewpoints of others. The value of humility and open-mindedness in personal growth cannot be overstated. When we cultivate a willingness to listen, learn, and consider other perspectives, we expand our own understanding of the world and ourselves. We become more adaptable, resilient, and capable of navigating complex challenges and relationships. To develop greater humility and open-mindedness, it's important to practice active listening and empathy. This means setting aside our own agendas and opinions temporarily and focusing on understanding and validating the experiences and perspectives of others. It means asking questions, seeking clarification, and being willing to change our minds or admit when we're wrong. For example, in a disagreement with a colleague or family member, instead of immediately defending our own position or trying to prove the other person wrong, we might ask open-ended questions to better understand their perspective, such as, "Can you tell me more about why you feel that way?" Or, "What experiences have led you to that conclusion?" By creating space for dialogue and understanding, we open up possibilities for growth, connection, and collaboration. It's also helpful to cultivate a growth mindset, recognizing that our own knowledge and understanding is always evolving and incomplete. This means embracing challenges, setbacks, and feedback as opportunities for learning and development, rather than threats to our ego or self-image. For instance, if we receive criticism or negative feedback on a project or idea, instead of becoming defensive or dismissive, we might approach it with curiosity and openness, asking ourselves questions like, "What can I learn from this perspective?" Or, "How can I use this feedback to improve and grow?" By reframing challenges as opportunities, we develop greater resilience, adaptability, and self-awareness. Ultimately, letting go of the need to always be right requires a deep commitment to personal growth and self-reflection. It means cultivating humility, empathy, and open-mindedness, and recognizing that our own perspectives and experiences are just one part of a vast and complex world. By embracing this mindset, we open ourselves up to new possibilities for learning, connection, and transformation, both within ourselves and in our relationships with others. Promoting positivity in thought and speech. 13. Maintain privacy and discretion about relationship details. Relationships, whether romantic, familial, or platonic, are an essential part of our lives and can greatly impact our personal growth and well-being. However, when relationships end or go through difficult times, it can be tempting to share intimate details with others as a way of processing emotions or seeking support. While it's important to have trusted confidence and support systems, maintaining privacy and discretion about relationship details is crucial for several reasons. First, sharing intimate information about a relationship can breach trust and respect for the other person involved, even if the relationship has ended. It can also create awkwardness or discomfort for those who hear about the private details, and may lead to gossip or judgment that can further complicate the situation. Moreover, processing relationship endings or challenges publicly can sometimes hinder our own healing and growth. When we focus on gaining validation or sympathy from others, we may neglect the important inner work of self-reflection, learning and moving forward. We may also become stuck in a narrative of victimhood or blame, rather than taking responsibility for our own role in the relationship and its challenges. Instead, it's important to find healthy, private ways to process relationship endings and challenges. This might involve journaling, meditation, or speaking with a trusted therapist or counselor who can provide a safe, confidential space for exploration and healing. It might also involve setting clear boundaries with others about what we are and are not willing to share, and communicating our needs for support and privacy directly and respectfully. For example, if a friend or family member asks for details about a recent breakup, We might respond with something like, "I appreciate your concern, but I'm not comfortable sharing private details about my relationship. What I really need right now is your support and understanding as I work through this challenging time." By setting clear boundaries and communicating our needs, we create a foundation for healthy, respectful relationships with others and with ourselves. 14. Don't participate in gossip and negativity. Gossip and negativity are all too common in many social and professional circles and can have a corrosive effect on our personal growth and well-being. When we engage in gossip or negative talk about others, we contribute to a culture of judgment, mistrust, and disconnection that can hinder our own growth and success. The negative impact of gossip can be far-reaching. It can damage reputations, relationships, and opportunities, and create a toxic environment that breeds fear, resentment, and hostility. It can also reinforce negative stereotypes and prejudices and contribute to a culture of exclusion and discrimination. Moreover, participating in gossip and negativity can have a detrimental effect on our own mental and emotional well-being. When we focus on the faults and shortcomings of others, we neglect our own self-reflection and growth. We may become trapped in a cycle of judgment and criticism that leaves us feeling isolated, anxious, and unfulfilled. To avoid participating in gossip and negativity, it's important to cultivate a mindset of empathy, compassion, and positivity. This means looking for the best in others, even when they may be struggling or making mistakes. It means seeking to understand and support rather than judge and criticize. And it means modeling kindness, respect, and integrity in our own words and actions, even when it may be difficult or unpopular. For example, if we hear colleagues or friends engaging in negative gossip about someone else, we might gently redirect the conversation by saying something like, "I don't feel comfortable talking about someone who isn't here to defend themselves. Let's focus on the positive things we appreciate about each other and our work together." By setting a tone of empathy and respect, we create a ripple effect of positivity that can transform our relationships and communities. It's also important to be mindful of our own tendencies towards negativity and judgment, and to actively work to shift our mindset and behavior. This might involve practicing gratitude, self-compassion, and forgiveness, and surrounding ourselves with positive, supportive people who uplift and inspire us. Ultimately, avoiding gossip and negativity is about choosing to be a force for good in the world and recognizing that our words and actions have the power to heal or harm. By cultivating empathy, compassion, and positivity, we not only enhance our own personal growth and well-being, but also contribute to a more loving, connected, and thriving world. 15. Clutter and excess possessions. In our modern consumer culture, it's easy to accumulate clutter and excess possessions that can weigh us down both physically and emotionally. From overflowing closets and garages to crowded bookshelves and kitchen counters, the stuff we own can often take up valuable space in our lives and minds, hindering our ability to focus on what truly matters. The psychological benefits of simplifying our living spaces are well documented. Studies have shown that a decluttered environment can reduce stress and anxiety, improve focus and productivity, and even boost creativity and self-esteem. When we let go of the things that no longer serve us, we create space for new opportunities, experiences, and growth. Moreover, the process of decluttering itself can be a powerful tool for self-reflection and personal development. As we sort through our possessions, we're forced to confront our own values, priorities, and emotional attachments. we may discover that we've been holding on to things out of fear, guilt, or a sense of scarcity, rather than true necessity or joy. By letting go of these emotional and physical burdens, we free ourselves to live more authentically and abundantly. To begin the process of decluttering, it's helpful to start small and focus on one area or category at a time. This might involve tackling a single drawer, closet, or room, and sorting items into piles of keep, donate, and discard. As we make decisions about what to let go of, it's important to be honest with ourselves about what truly brings us value and aligns with our goals and values. For example, we might ask ourselves questions like, when was the last time I used this item? Or, does this possession bring me joy or serve a necessary purpose in my life? By focusing on the things that truly matter to us, we create a living space that reflects our authentic selves and supports our personal growth and well-being. It's also helpful to develop systems and habits that prevent clutter from accumulating in the first place. This might involve implementing a one-in, one-out rule for new purchases, or regularly reassessing and purging our possessions to keep our spaces streamlined and intentional. Ultimately, decluttering our living spaces is about more than just tidying up our physical environment. It's about creating a foundation for a more purposeful, joyful, and fulfilling life, free from the distractions and burdens of excess. By letting go of the things that no longer serve us, we open ourselves up to new possibilities for growth, connection, and abundance. 16. Toxic relationships and one-sided friendships. Relationships are an essential part of our lives, providing us with support, connection, and opportunities for growth and learning. However, not all relationships are created equal, and some can be toxic or one-sided, draining our energy and hindering our personal development. Toxic relationships can take many forms, from overt abuse and manipulation to more subtle patterns of negativity, criticism, or disrespect. These relationships often leave us feeling depleted, anxious, and unsupported, and can even lead to physical and mental health problems over time. Similarly, one-sided friendships can be emotionally draining and unfulfilling as we pour our time, energy, and resources into a relationship that doesn't reciprocate or value our needs and boundaries. These imbalanced dynamics can leave us feeling resentful, unappreciated, and disconnected from our own desires and goals. To cultivate healthy, supportive relationships that uplift and inspire us, it's important to be discerning about the people we allow into our lives. This means surrounding ourselves with individuals who share our values, respect our boundaries, and contribute positively to our growth and well-being. It's also crucial to learn how to set and maintain healthy boundaries in our relationships, even with those closest to us. This might involve communicating our needs and expectations clearly and directly, and being willing to say no to requests or behaviors that don't align with our values or well-being. For example, if a friend consistently cancels plans at the last minute or fails to show up for us in times of need, we might have a conversation about how their behavior is impacting us and what we need from the relationship moving forward. If the friend is unwilling or unable to make changes, it may be necessary to reevaluate the relationship and prioritize our own self-care and growth. In some cases, it may be necessary to distance ourselves from toxic or one-sided relationships altogether in order to create space for healthier, more reciprocal connections. This can be a difficult and painful process, but it's an essential part of personal growth and self-respect. Ultimately, cultivating healthy, supportive relationships is about honoring ourselves and our own needs, while also being open to genuine connection and growth with others. by surrounding ourselves with people who uplift and inspire us, setting clear boundaries and being willing to let go of relationships that no longer serve us, we create a foundation for lasting personal and interpersonal fulfillment. Embracing change and personal evolution. 17. Living in the past or worrying about the future. One of the greatest obstacles to personal growth and well-being is the tendency to live in the past or worry about the future, rather than being fully present in the moment. When we dwell on past regrets, mistakes, or traumas, we can become stuck in a cycle of shame, guilt, and self-doubt that prevents us from moving forward and embracing new opportunities. Similarly, when we constantly worry about future uncertainties or potential failures, we can become paralyzed by fear and anxiety, unable to take the risks and actions necessary for growth and success. The practice of mindfulness and present moment awareness is a powerful tool for overcoming these tendencies and cultivating a greater sense of peace, clarity, and purpose. By learning to focus our attention on the present moment, we can develop a deeper appreciation for the beauty and richness of life and a greater capacity for joy, gratitude, and connection. One key strategy for cultivating mindfulness is to develop a regular meditation or mindfulness practice. This might involve setting aside a few minutes each day to sit quietly and focus on the breath, or simply bringing a greater sense of awareness and presence to everyday activities like eating, walking, or conversations with others. Another important aspect of living in the present is learning to reframe our relationship with the past and future. While it's important to learn from our past experiences and plan for the future, we can do so in a way that is grounded in the present moment and aligned with our values and goals. For example, instead of dwelling on past mistakes or failures, we can choose to focus on the lessons and growth opportunities they provided, and use them as a springboard for positive change in the present. Similarly, instead of worrying about future uncertainties, we can choose to focus on the actions and choices we can make in the present to create the future we desire. Ultimately, embracing the present moment is about cultivating a sense of trust and surrender, recognizing that life is always unfolding in ways that are beyond our control, but that we always have the power to choose our response and attitude in each moment. By practicing mindfulness and present moment awareness, we open ourselves up to the fullness and richness of life and develop a greater capacity for resilience, adaptability, and growth in the face of change and uncertainty. 18. Neglecting self-care and personal boundaries. In the pursuit of personal and professional success, it's easy to fall into the trap of neglecting our own self-care and personal boundaries. We may push ourselves to work longer hours, take on more responsibilities, or say yes to every request or invitation, all in the name of achievement and progress. However, over time, this constant striving and self-neglect can take a serious toll on our physical, mental, and emotional well-being, leading to burnout, stress, and even illness. To cultivate sustainable personal growth and success, it's essential to prioritize self-care and establish healthy personal boundaries. This means taking intentional time and space for activities that recharge and nourish us, such as exercise, hobbies, social connection, and rest. It also means learning to say no to requests or commitments that don't align with our values, goals, or capacity, and setting clear limits around our time, energy, and resources. One key strategy for prioritizing self-care is to schedule it into our daily or weekly routines, just as we would any other important meeting or appointment. This might involve blocking out time for a morning yoga practice, an evening walk in nature, or a weekly coffee date with a close friend. By treating self-care as a non-negotiable priority, we send a clear message to ourselves and others that our well-being matters and deserves attention and investment. Another important aspect of self-care is learning to listen to and honor our own needs and desires, even when they may conflict with the expectations or demands of others. This might involve setting boundaries around our work hours, declining social invitations that don't feel fulfilling, or communicating our needs and preferences clearly and assertively in relationships. For example, if we find ourselves consistently working late nights or weekends to meet deadlines or impress a boss, we might have a conversation with our supervisor about our workload and schedule, and propose alternative solutions that allow for better work-life balance. Or, if we find ourselves frequently saying yes to social commitments out of a sense of obligation or fear of disappointing others, we might practice saying no more often and focus on cultivating relationships and activities that truly nourish and inspire us. Ultimately, prioritizing self-care and personal boundaries is about recognizing that our own well-being is the foundation for all other aspects of our lives, and that we cannot truly thrive or contribute to the world if we're running on empty. By making intentional choices to nourish and protect our physical, mental, and emotional health, we create a solid foundation for lasting personal growth, fulfillment, and success. 19. The pursuit of perfection. The pursuit of perfection is a common trap that can hinder personal growth and well-being. When we set unrealistic standards for ourselves or others, we create a constant sense of pressure and inadequacy that can lead to anxiety, procrastination, and even depression. We may become so focused on achieving a narrow ideal of success or beauty that we lose sight of the deeper values and experiences that give life meaning and joy. However, the truth is that perfection is an illusion, and that the beauty and growth of life often lie in the imperfections and challenges we face along the way. When we learn to embrace our own humanness and the messiness of the journey, we open ourselves up to a greater sense of self-acceptance, resilience, and creativity. One key strategy for overcoming perfectionism is to reframe our relationship with mistakes and failures. Instead of seeing them as evidence of our inadequacy or unworthiness, we can choose to view them as valuable opportunities for learning, growth, and innovation. We can cultivate a growth mindset that values effort, experimentation, and feedback, rather than a fixed mindset that sees our abilities and outcomes as predetermined or immutable. For example, if we receive critical feedback on a project or performance, instead of becoming defensive or discouraged, we can choose to approach the feedback with curiosity and openness, asking ourselves what we can learn from the experience and how we can use it to improve and evolve. Or if we encounter a setback or failure in pursuit of a goal, we can choose to reframe it as a temporary obstacle or redirection rather than a permanent defeat, and look for ways to adapt and persevere. Another important aspect of embracing imperfection is learning to celebrate the journey and process of growth, rather than just the end result or achievement. This means taking time to acknowledge and appreciate the small wins, insights, and joys along the way, and cultivating a sense of gratitude and presence in each moment. For example, if we are working towards a long-term fitness goal, instead of becoming fixated on the final outcome or number on the scale, we can choose to focus on the daily practices and experiences that make us feel strong, healthy, and alive, such as the endorphin rush after a great workout, the satisfaction of fueling our bodies with nourishing foods, or the camaraderie of a supportive fitness community. Ultimately, embracing imperfection is about recognizing that true growth and fulfillment come from the willingness to show up fully and authentically in each moment, with all of our flaws, struggles, and possibilities. By letting go of the impossible pursuit of perfection, we create space for a more rich, dynamic, and meaningful experience of life and self. 20. Fear of change and the unknown. Change and uncertainty are inevitable parts of life, but for many of us, they can also be sources of great fear and anxiety. We may cling to familiar routines, relationships, or beliefs, even when they no longer serve us, out of a desire for stability and control. We may avoid taking risks or trying new things, out of a fear of failure, rejection, or the unknown. However, the truth is that change and uncertainty are also the very conditions that enable growth, creativity, and transformation. When we learn to embrace the discomfort and possibility of the unknown, we open ourselves up to new experiences, perspectives, and opportunities that can enrich and expand our lives in ways we never could have imagined. One key strategy for overcoming fear of change is to cultivate a mindset of curiosity and exploration. Instead of seeing change as a threat or disruption, we can choose to approach it with a sense of openness and wonder, asking ourselves what we can learn and discover from the experience. We can practice reframing uncertainty as an invitation to grow and evolve, rather than a reason to retreat or resist. For example, if we are considering a career change or relocation, instead of becoming paralyzed by the potential risks and unknowns, we can choose to focus on the potential benefits and opportunities, such as the chance to develop new skills, meet new people, or explore new places and cultures. We can do research, seek out mentors or advisors, and take small, calculated steps to test the waters and build our confidence and resilience. Another important aspect of embracing change is learning to trust in our own abilities and resources to adapt and thrive in new situations. This means cultivating a sense of self-efficacy and self-compassion, recognizing that we have the strength, wisdom, and creativity to navigate challenges and setbacks, and that failure or struggle are not reflections of our worth or potential. For example, if we are facing a major life transition, such as a divorce, illness, or job loss, instead of becoming overwhelmed by fear and self-doubt, we can choose to focus on our inner resources and support systems, such as our resilience, adaptability, and relationships with loved ones. We can seek out counseling, coaching, or other forms of guidance and support, and take proactive steps to care for our physical, mental, and emotional well-being. Ultimately, embracing change and the unknown is about cultivating a sense of trust and faith in the unfolding of life, recognizing that even the most difficult and uncertain times can be opportunities for growth, healing, and transformation. By learning to lean into the discomfort and possibility of change, we develop the courage, flexibility, and wisdom to navigate the ever-changing landscape of our lives with grace, purpose, and joy. In this video, we explored 20 suggestions for things to eliminate from your life to enable personal growth and well-being. These suggestions include maintaining discretion, shifting focus inward, pursuing authentic growth, promoting positivity, and embracing change. True growth often requires letting go of things that no longer serve us, such as unhealthy habits, toxic relationships, limiting beliefs, or outdated ways of being. By creating space, we open ourselves up to new possibilities and experiences. Personal growth is a lifelong journey of self-discovery and evolution, requiring patience, self-compassion, and a willingness to embrace discomfort and change. The goal is not perfection, but cultivating authenticity, purpose, and connection in each moment. As we embark on this journey, remember that we're not alone. Resources, support and inspiration are available through therapy, coaching, spiritual practice, creative expression, and the guidance of trusted friends and mentors. Let us begin this journey with excitement, knowing that by eliminating what holds us back, we create space for a life of greater meaning and joy. Embrace the present moment and trust in your unique path of growth and transformation. Remember, you always have the power to choose love, curiosity, and self-compassion, creating a life that reflects your deepest desires and values.